Welcome, West Orange, to our Tuesday, June 23rd, West Orange Town Council virtual meeting. We welcome everyone back for this evening. And Madam Clerk, I'll let you make the announcement.
Thank you. This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The annual notice was emailed to the Star Ledger and filed in the Township Clerk's office on October 31st, 2019, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on November 7th, 2019. Councilman Guarino?
Present.
Councilman Krakowiak?
Present.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Present.
Councilwoman McCartney?
Present.
Council President Castellino?
Present. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Unfortunately, as we've been starting out the council meeting for the past few months, is to take a moment to remember our residents that have passed from the COVID virus. I believe today's count was 171. So we lost a few more residents since the last time we met. So we just pause for a moment of silence for them and those all who are still sick and suffering from the disease. Thank you. And as we open up, it's important to remember that, we are still in COVID phase. We're in phase 2. We'll talk about opening up in a little bit. But please, everyone, please remember to wear your mask and to practice social distancing when out in public. Tonight, we're going to change things up a little bit. We wanted to bring on some important member of our youth community. Salam, I'm sorry, my glasses. Salam Walday from the Youth Caucus Group that has just formed here in West Orange. I met Salam the other evening at Colgate Park. Our youth in town, very impressive, organized a celebration of Juneteenth within a week's time. And it was great. We have not had a celebration here in the township. It's been a holiday for many since 1866. And I thought it was important that we educate our public. The past month, we've had some unrest in our nation, and a lot of our young voices have been heard. And I think it's important that we take the time and we listen. The other evening, I was very impressed. The Perry Bashkov from town and also works for us. He did this on his own. He had a few of our youth leaders in the township on his show, and I was glad I sought to seek out Salam the other night when I met her at Colgate Park, because I thought it was important that how our youth have been articulating their voices so well. And I wanted to bring her on and introduce her to you and let her speak for a few minutes on the importance of this celebration, what it meant for our community, and also what the Black Lives Matter movement means to them as well. So Salam, welcome this evening.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Thank you. You did a great job the other night. You had beautiful weather, a great crowd of, I guess, over 200 people attended the event.
I would think so, yeah.
Right, right, a lot. And I think it was just great that just people were able to relax a little bit, get out. Everybody was great. It was a great area because there was plenty of room to social distance and still be able to see one another. So why did you want to organize the event for the community this year?
It definitely was not just me by myself. It was the entire West Orange Youth Caucus. We were working together, and we wanted to have a celebration for many reasons. One of the main ones was because we were just like on a phone call and we were handling some paperwork that we had to do. And Jordan Scott Young, she was had a great idea saying how we need something to bring this town together in unity, and because especially with the Black community, with the recent news that's been going on, it's been making us be very hopeless, and we wanted something to like bring everyone together, kind of celebrate Juneteenth. And Juneteenth is an extremely important day because although the Emancipation Proclamation was issued in 1862, all enslaved people were not free until 1865, with Texas being the last state, and that's the day that we celebrate with Juneteenth. So I thought it was important to celebrate the holiday, because we wanted the town to come together and have something to celebrate, and two, it's not a very well-known holiday, and it needs to become very well-known, because rather than celebrating Independence Day on July 4th, we should celebrate Juneteenth, but when July 4th, Independence Day, all Americans weren't even free at that point. With Juneteenth, that celebrates the day that all enslaved people were free. And not many people, this isn't taught in our education system. I know that. Like, I had to learn Juneteenth on my own. So we wanted to reach out and to teach also children the importance of this day.
I think it's amazing when you think back to that time, how slow the information traveled. And here we are almost 200 years later, and how quick the information travels with social media and how you can get the word out so quickly. So it's amazing that it took that long for the word to travel. And Lauren, if you go to the next slide. And so Nelson Mandela had said, education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world. And I believe that's where a lot of voices are speaking out now. So if you'd like to share with us as well, the importance of the Black Lives Matter movement to you and your Youth Caucus group.
Yeah, definitely. So the Black Lives Matter movement is imperative to intertwine into our daily lives. Black Lives Matter is not a trend. It's a movement to increase solidarity with the Black community and raise awareness on the injustices that Black people face in this nation and also across the globe. And although it is commonly associated with police brutality, the vastness of the movement doesn't just stop right there. Black Lives Matter includes healthcare, the racial disparities and healthcare racism, redlining, mass incarceration, and that's just to name a few. And however, we need to intertwine in our daily lives, because although we might feel as if we don't have little or no impact on a macro level, meaning like we probably can't change the systemic racism, we can, on a micro level, we can definitely try to change this town, from the anti-Black ordinances in this town and policies in the school district to anti-Black education curriculum to microaggressions that are perpetuated by a lot of people within this town. We need to not acknowledge the Black Lives Matter movement in our daily lives, as we don't even realize the weight of our impacts within the town and the weight of our words. And it's just that for anyone who doesn't really agree with Black Lives Matter, it's not really something to agree on. It's just a fact that all lives matter can't matter until Black lives do.
And thank you, Salam. I thought that was very, very eloquent of you. I know so many of you have been out there. We've had many groups around town expressing their voices, and it's important. And tonight, well, later in the program, we have some ordinances that some of your members had sat with the mayor and our police chief. And so it's important that we keep the discussion going and education out there for all our residents, so everyone understands how each other feels. But very proud you're a West Orange High School graduate, now at Cornell University. Are you looking forward going back to school in September?
Hopefully we can.
Hopefully, right?
Yeah, they haven't told us yet.
I know. Well, for your sake, I hope you do. It's been a rough couple months with the COVID, and especially for many students. But we thank you for coming on tonight to recognize the holiday and for all your activism in the community.
Thank you.
Thank you. I know we're going to have Lauren switch you over to the audience part, because I know you wanted to stay on the call. So thank you, Islam. We really appreciate it.
No problem.
Thank you. Okay. And next we have on the call for this evening is we have Mr. Keogh from our Recreation Department and Edwin Johnson, his Assistant Director. And we're very excited to have them here. We were hoping to have them on the council meeting a couple times now because they are a sign of us opening up recreation in the community. They've done an outstanding job with the limited resources that they were able to work with these past couple months. They have gone out with our senior citizens department. They had various activities, games and puzzles getting delivered to our senior homes. So we appreciate all their efforts. But first I'm going to bring them on and I'm going to ask them to talk about the opening of our township pool. So Mr. Keough, Mr. Johnson,
Can you hear me?
I could hear you. I can't see you, but that's okay.
Okay, well, I know I had a picture on here before.
No,
so-
you're on our video. It's just
Okay.
probably Michelle's view. Yep.
Yeah,
on
my
video.
view. Okay. So you
Uh-huh.
opened up the pool. This is a picture from yesterday. Huh?
Yes, that's
Congratulations.
not a stock picture. That's a real picture.
Yeah. With real people swimming.
Real people, real West Orange residents in real water. Yeah,
So
we're excited about that. And you know, before we get too far into it, I just want to. I know Edwin Johnson is up next, but I just want to make it clear that his efforts over the last 3-4 weeks to work with the DPW and everybody else to get everybody moving at the pool has been just a stupendous effort. So I want to give credit where credit's due.
absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. And I know we've been having discussions for a few months trying to guess what the regulations would be. Maybe you want to share that with the audience, what measures you have made to provide folks safety at the pool this summer.
Well, we started with the social distance angle, with spacing of tables, and certain areas had tables removed to make sure that they were, properly spaced. We took a marker and we marked every spot on the ground where every single table had to go. So we walked the entire site. Every table it has social distancing spacing between that and every table to the front, left, right, or rear of it. So that took quite a while, but we've got that squared away. We have 13 hand sanitizing, stations inside the pool. All of our staff are wearing masks, as they the only people who are not wearing masks are the lifeguards on the stand. Otherwise, the rest of the time they are. And every employee, thanks to Nikki Allegrino and OEM and Susan Iovino and Kim over at the health department, they trained all of our kids at an orientation about proper sanitation and the extra steps that we had to take to make sure that the pool's safe this summer. So we're off to a very good start. We're very pleased so far.
And no snack bar, correct?
No snack bar, but people have always been able to bring their own food, and they're adjusting. That's unfortunate, but.
And we have the special seniors section for them.
Sure.
That they're
Mhm.
separated out if they want to come and just be off to the side.
Yeah. And then, like I said, even the tables around the spray pad or in the lower section, they're all socially distanced, marked out as well. So people are spreading out nicely. You look at certain sections, there's only, there might be 20 tables there and there's only 4 occupied. So people are doing a lot to spread out on their own too.
And are people allowed to join anytime this summer? So if you're not feeling safe today, maybe in a couple weeks, you feel a little bit safer, you be able to join the pool mid-year?
Yeah, well, we extended the early bird discount to the end of the month for that very thing, because what we're finding out is that, understandably, people are reticent. Some people are nervous about their children and different things, as rightfully they should be. So they're talking to people who already joined, and what's your impression? Did you feel safe? Word of mouth, and we're hearing that that's going out there, and that people are pretty much saying real good things about the safety angle. So we wanted to extend the early bird through the end of the month, so that people could brainstorm with their friends and then make an educated decision.
And if anybody wants to do a walkthrough to see what safety mechanisms are there, you're more than glad to show them
Right.
around
If,
before they
if
join.
the parents want to come, they want to bring their kids, they want to take a 5-minute quick walk around, see the pool while it's actually in operation, I encourage them to do so. If that's
Great.
going to make them feel a little bit more comfortable. Nothing, you're not going to learn anything better than by being right there.
Yeah. Well, you have a great few hot summer days already, so lots of luck, and thank you, and especially Edwin for keeping us, everyone safe. I'm going to switch gears next, and let's talk golf.
Well,
So Rock Spring, our next slide. Rock Spring is up and running. Great weather lately. Been how many rounds? How are we doing with it?
well, they reopened on May 2nd. And since then, get ready for this number. Since May 2nd, there have been 6,694 rounds of golf there.
Wow.
So,
Wow.
that is one popular place.
Yeah.
So they're doing very, very well. The place is in great shape. Chris Parker, the manager, does a great job out there with his staff. And,
Yeah.
we're just real optimistic about what
And
Rock
they-
Spring brings to the community.
And they've been having food at the halfway house.
Halfway house, yeah. The bathrooms are open there. The snack bar's open, and hopefully at some point down the road they'll be able to get the the dining room and all that going. But they're waiting like everybody else on our friends in Trenton. They're coming around to all that, but not yet.
And they're looking at any tournaments hopefully this year to
I
kick
know
off?
they have a couple tournaments scheduled for October already. The recreation department also runs golf tournaments, not just there but at other places, and all the courses are kind of in the same kind of wait and see approach right now, and mainly because when you're talking about tournaments, there always seems to be a dinner angle with it or something like that. And right now, those facilities, the indoor facilities,
Yeah.
after you play golf, they're just not ready to go yet.
Okay. All
So
right.
wait and see.
So before we get to youth sports, I want to talk a little bit. I know you've been busy working, trying to get some programming up and running for the summer. I know you had something really nice at Ridgeway Park with the library you partner with Storytime.
Yeah, we've got we're working with a couple of the ladies from the library, Olga and Jane, and they've got a walkway up at Ridgeway that's kind of like a big oval with like a walking path, and they've got pages of a storybook all around the oval. So the parents can walk through there, stop at the first station, kind of read that to their child, go to the next page a little bit further. It's cute, and it opened yesterday. The storybook 1, and every 3 weeks they're going to change out the story to a new story. So it's a great partnership with the library. We're really enthused about it.
Great. And then you have annual fishing derby.
Fishing derby was caught up in the early season. We couldn't do it. So that was one of the events that we lost, and we're going to give it another go on July 11th. We're going to try it again.
Beautiful. And then you have a couple movie nights scheduled.
3 of them. We got a drive-in, which was very successful last year up at the high school. And then we have another film that we're going to do on the field at Colgate, similar to like the celebration that Juneteenth had, where we'll spread out on the grass and people will watch a movie. And then we're going to head over to the other side of town and do our 3rd one over at Roosevelt. So, a lot of these things that we're doing right now, those in particular, it just shows the partnership that's still going on real strong between us and the Board of Ed, because we're all sharing our spaces.
Yeah, I think the one at Colgate Park is going to be pretty awesome. Just how Colgate was set up Friday night, and just picturing a screen out there, people could feel really safe and spread out and really enjoy the movie. I think that'd be awesome.
And that has a Christmas in July theme, so I think somebody's going to be there that doesn't usually come around in July. I'm not giving out all the information.
Give out all your secrets.
Oh, we got to hold a few things in the pocket. Yeah.
And I see you're getting ambitious with the food truck festivals.
Yeah,
Is that nailed down, or that's still up in the air?
No, we're good. We were a little concerned about the social distancing because the lines get a little tight at some of those things because of the popularity. But we went up to the high school and we identified places where we could put little clusters, like maybe 2 trucks over here, 2 trucks over there, 3 trucks over there, and it would make a better flow and be a little safer. So we're pretty comfortable that we got a good plan for that.
Beautiful, beautiful. So it's great to see programming. I see OSPAC, they're looking at a Johnny Cash tribute concert one
Yep.
night.
Yep. Yeah,
And
Fire,
hopefully,
one of the top bands in the state that does Johnny Cash sets, and we're looking forward to that. That should be fun.
good. Okay, so thank you. This is a lot more off the ground than I thought you would have got done with such little time with the regulations in place. But I know you've been working through it for a
Yeah.
while now.
And we'll get all this stuff together in a summer edition of our newsletter, and we'll get that out pretty soon.
And now for a minute, I just want to turn to, if Laura could just go back to that last picture, because I think it just speaks a million words to see an empty baseball field. And the past few months with so many of our with the youth programs, the high school, the school district, it's just heartbreaking that all our athletes in town have been on hold. And I can't imagine how hard it has been for them. And I know a lot of parents too, anxious to get their kids to summer camps, but yet nervous about that, and rightfully so. We're dealing in uncharted territory here. So Edwin, I know you do a lot with the scheduling involved with our youth programs. What does it look like for this summer?
Well, the PEL is going to start travel baseball practice later this week, non-contact activities, which was mandated by the state, allowed this week. So they had their parent meeting last night. You know, they explained their vision, how they're going to do social distancing and temperature checks to keep everybody safe. So they're looking forward to getting the non-contact stuff started this week in anticipation of games beginning after July 6th.
Great. And Mountaintop, they're working on softball?
Yeah, Mountaintop softball, they chose to not go the game route, which is understandable because there's still a lot of questions out there. So they're putting together some clinics for their players that is going to start after July 6th. So they're going to have clinics going 2 nights a week for girls of a couple different age levels. So that way they get out there and get back into the swing of things, pardon the pun, and get outside and meet some friends and get some exercise.
And what about, you have 2 camps here, track and girls softball on this
Yeah,
list?
track is especially going to be the first program that we lead off with. That's going to start the week of the 29th. We're doing that in cooperation with the West Orange High School coach, Coach Jackson. So we're thrilled to have him on board. And he's going to offer 2 weeks of half-day options, one the week of the 29th and one the week of the 6th. And then girls softball, Michael Marini is the new softball coach at the high school. Unfortunately, he didn't get a season this year. But he's going to put together a little 3-day mini camp starting July 13th, just to kind of introduce himself to the softball community.
Good. And I see soccer too. Mountaintop trying to open up their soccer program.
Yeah, they lost their spring season as well. So they're planning on running clinics starting the week of July 6th, about 45-minute sessions for kids just to more so just get outside and exercise. They've all been stuck inside for over 3 months now. So, they lost a lot of contact, not just with sports, but with their friends.
Now, do we have a clearance from the school district yet? Are we allowed to use their field?
Yes,
or
yes.
We're good.
The Board of Ed's been a tremendous partner to us. They said, hey, whatever you guys need, once you have the all clear from the state, whatever facility access you need outdoors, we're going to help you any way we can. So they've been a great partner. That's where our track camp is going to be at Soriano Stadium. So we've been thrilled with our partnership.
And I see a few other programs on the list you're trying to get going. So hopefully that will come to fruition. I don't want to state them if they're not solid yet. So, but
yeah,
great work.
Facilities we got to get open.
It's exciting. I know the hardest sport to get off the ground is, you'll show our next slide, Lauren. We have our PAL football. I know they're still signing up.
Yes.
And just trying to get that moving as well. I can't imagine with all the safety regulations that have to be enforced, but I know everybody will do whatever they need to do. Yeah. So great. I mean, so if there's anything else you'd like to add to your programming? I know you also been busy with your special needs park. That's almost to completion. Hopefully we'll have a ribbon cutting in a
Hopefully soon,
month
yeah.
or so, couple
Yeah, they
weeks.
finished the surfacing's been finished this past week, so they're just putting some final touches on things. So it looks really good, and we can't wait to open it. July 2nd, playgrounds are going to be open by the new state rules, so we're
Oh,
close.
great. So we're looking for a grand opening the first or second week in July then for that playground.
Yep.
Yeah, that's been a long time coming. I'd like to thank my former school board colleague, Ron Charles, and all the parents that gave input. I know Mr. Keough, you had a few meetings with them and a lot of great input, and we appreciate their support with the program. All right. And last but not least, I know you also been busy, maybe not with this project here. This is, we'll have to credit this one to the police department for helping us open up the yoga ground this week at the basketball court right next to them. I think we have another picture. And I know Mr. Keough, you want to talk, or Mr. Johnson, in regards to some of the exercise clubs in town you've been helping to assist get them open outside.
Yeah, some of these businesses, they just can't hold their normal schedules in their own buildings because because of the state guidelines. So if they have a business in town and they have an exercise facility that they can't use, and they want to go temporarily until COVID clears up out into one of our parks, we've been helping with that. So, it's kind of like a step up for the brick and mortar group.
And have you had staff yet come into the rec building, or were you at with hours or just at the pool?
Well, that's part of the miracle of the pool, that while the rec office was closed for 2 months, somehow we managed to open the pool. So yeah, I mean, we're here. We're not officially open. We're not open to the public, but staff is coming in on a limited basis on a rotation, just so we don't fall behind. Just try to follow the rules, but there's things that have to be done.
Okay, and our
We can't
parents should
just
go
grind
to
to a halt and say, too bad. We got a town to take care of, and we're going to do the best we can to do it.
and you have the community pass option online on your website. Then parents
That
can sign
helps.
up on community pass.
That helps a lot. So people don't really need to come into our building to register anymore. Some people still do, and those people can always do it over the phone. If the community pass, online registration with computers is always difficult, they could always call us, and provided there's somebody here to answer the phone, we'll walk them through it, or we could do it for them on our computer over the phone and get them set up. So we don't want anybody to be daunted by that. We're still here to help.
All right, and if anybody needs you, just call the RAC number and.
Yeah. Or they can send us just a general email. We'll pick up on it and follow up.
Okay, great. I'm going to ask you, before you drop off the call, if you just stick around a few minutes. I want to combine, if my colleagues have any questions, to put it with their report to save a little time, because we're approaching 7 o'clock. I'm trying to be better with conference agenda time. So if you wouldn't mind just sticking around for a few minutes, and then when they have their comments for their board, their council liaison reports, if they have any questions or they need to ask you something, you'll be right there. So thank you both. If you could just hang out a few minutes. And next, we're going to switch to Mr. Sayers. If you could give us an update on redevelopment. You're muted.
Sorry, Mr. Sayers, you have to unmute.
How's that? Can you hear me now?
Thank you, yes.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have any updates. I tried to get in touch with Mr. Diaz over the last 2 days. He hasn't gotten back to me, and usually when he doesn't get back to me, that means he's out of the country. So I haven't gotten any updates from him because unfortunately, I haven't spoken to him in the last 2 days. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. All right. So what I'll do, any of my colleagues have any questions for Mr. Sayers on any of the other projects? Councilman Kukoviac, I know you, anything? I know you had a few questions on the email.
You have to unmute, Councilman. There we go. You were muted there. Oh, yep, there you go.
I'm sorry. I heard Mr. Sayers say that he had no new information. He has not spoken with Mr. Diaz, so I just assume there's not much else to talk about.
No, that's it. Sorry.
All right,
President,
thank you.
Council President.
Yeah, yes, Councilwoman.
On Main Street, delivering to Gaston Street, delivering lunches and dinners to Gaston and Renna. I do see moving vans, people moving in. I don't know what the numbers are, but I do see different moving vans right in front of the Edison loft. So there's still activity going on, even if we don't have the
Council President?
Yes, Councilman.
Hi, Mr. Sayers, I would just really like, and I'm not gonna, I know I always ask about the commercial and everything else, but I'd like to meet with the rental agency and the agency managing the property, just to get an idea where their concept is for when they're gonna have the commercial, because I'm sure a lot of the residents that have moved in there, other than the shuttle, but moved in there for convenience of shopping, dining, and stuff. Those are the attractions. So I'd like to meet with them if possible. I'm sure of any of my other colleagues too, to ask them what their goal is, what their base is to roll it out, because I'm sure eventually the residents are gonna, tire of, waiting. And I'm sure
We can either meet with them or we can have a phone call with them. I'll try and get in touch with Mr. Diaz. I'm assuming he's away, so when he gets back, he'll probably call me back.
I'd like that very much, Jack. Thank you.
All right, no problem.
And
Thank you,
Mr.
Council.
Yeah, you're welcome. I mean, we could even have him come to the council meeting, because I'm sure everybody would like to ask him a few questions, so.
Sure.
Okay. All right, thank you, Councilman. And you might as well continue with your council liaison report.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you to my colleagues. We've had our Downtown West Orange Alliance meeting, and things are really rolling. The farmers market is phenomenal. I mean, I work it every weekend, meeting people, opening trunks, closing trunks, and answering questions. So big shout out to Rob and Stacy. They did a phenomenal job. And I look forward to when they're hopefully bringing back the actual merchants to the area, but I know that's touch and go. But I think the residents have really made an effort to support them. So we thank them for that. Also, we're working with a number of our merchants who really don't have sidewalk availability to have food on the sidewalk. We're working with a number of them, particularly Willow and Olivia, to enable them to have a little bit more sidewalk space, sharing space with the other merchants on the street, to enable them to really afford themselves of the good weather and the ability to, outside al fresco dining and desserts. And Willow and Olivia have great desserts, along with the other bakers. Supreme Bakery, are really, downtown merchants who really need our support. So we're working on that, and we're working on the road diet for when we're going to roll it out to the merchants to let them see what the road diet would be. And we're just waiting for the county to move ahead. We believe they're waiting to repave Main Street before they move forward with the plan that they've approved and they are paying for. So we're waiting for more input from Mr. Lepore. I'm sure if he's there, he can give us some input. Speaking of the road diet, also the West Orange Pedestrian Safety Advisory Board will hold its July 8th meeting at Conforti Field at West Orange High School. We're doing it outside, figuring we'll be able to have people come. We've missed each other. We haven't been able to see each other. So that'll be on July 8th at 7:30 at Conforti Field at West Orange High School. Please bring your own chairs and also face mask, and we will be dealing with social distancing, talking about a lot of the things that our residents are interested in. Particularly, residents have been asking about sidewalks on Gregory Avenue, and I've reached out and had long conversations with freeholder Pat Siebold, who, updated me on a lot of things. Of course, Gregory Avenue will be resurfaced within the next 3 months. Things are behind schedule because of COVID, but hopefully that'll be done. When talking about sidewalks, everybody wants sidewalks. Well, the county is only responsible from curb to curb. They're not responsible for sidewalks on their roadway. Then the same thing when Livingston did East Cedar Street. The township, whatever they wanted, they had to put in for it. The county's not responsible for it. People reached out to me saying, well, the township should pay for it. Well, knowing how things are going to be in the tight budget constraints, we don't know how that is, but we'll look forward to doing whatever we can be doing. Also, to the speed bumps and the improvements on Walker Road, you get some people complaining about it, but most of the people say, you know what, they feel safer and they feel safer for their children. So we're very happy about that. Moving forward, we're doing all we can, waiting for more improvements to come along. But, you know, when you have any complaints about pedestrian safety and roadway improvements, come to our board meetings. You know, let us know what you feel, what you want to know. And our traffic engineers who are there will be able to explain to you what can and be done and what can't be done. And we look forward for your input. That's the only way we'll know what you're looking for: speed bumps, signage, anything to make it, you know, safer. We're waiting for the awarding of the walkability grant for Washington School and Edison School District. So we're waiting for the final paperwork to go through, but that'll be a great improvement for that area, making safer for our students and our residents in the Washington area, be able to walk, more mobility, making West Orange even more walkable community. Last on that, I know we're voting today on, you know, the bonding for the joint meeting, the improvement for FEMA, for the storm surge improvements in the superstorm. And I look forward, it's a great project. And also let you know is that, you know, as the treasurer of the joint meeting, that I'm very proud of the fact is that the current assessment has gone down $300,000 from prior years. So we're really excited about how we're really moving forward with the financial control of the joint meeting and the more savings we can give to the West Orange community. And Council President, that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kukoviac?
Anybody tells me to. And just pass on this. I have no new news.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Matute Brown?
Thank you, Council President. I don't have any updates. I did have a conversation with, oh my God, Ms. Camille at OSPAC, and we have to get moving on finding the additional board appointee. As we discussed several council meetings ago, and we're thinking that perhaps, and we also discussed this at the last time, the last board meeting, I'm sorry, council meeting that we had a discussion about OSPAC, was to include possibly a representative from the high school in the arts department as a potential board member. So that is something. I do have a contact I'm going to be making, and perhaps Council President, since you are a liaison to the school board, that may be more appropriate way to access interest in OSPAC board, because we need to go ahead and make the appointment so we can schedule a public meeting and then discuss what the rest of the year potentially looks like, and then what comes thereafter. So that is a conversation that we need to have. Outside of that, I don't have any other liaison updates, but I did want to ask, just with respect to the capacity at the pool, Bill, thank you so much for all of that information, but what is the total capacity on any given day at the pool now that it's open? Do we have a number?
Bill stepped away for a second, so I'll grab that. We are allowing up to 600 patrons into the pool, which actually also includes staff. So we had about 200 at a given time yesterday, and we had about 130 at our peak today.
Thank you, and that's including staff?
Including staff, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so very much.
No problem.
Oh, and then with respect to Rock Spring, that is a pretty impressive number of rounds had thus far. Happy to hear that it is very popular. Is it still running on a limited capacity? I recall that when they initially opened, it was at a 35, was it 35% capacity that they were functioning? Are we still at that capacity, or has that increased?
Oh, definitely increased. Mr. Johnson, were you able to hear that? I think that's
Yeah, Bill's on mute. They narrowed the tee times down. First they were staggered out to about 16 minutes apart, and I believe they're back to 10 minutes apart now. So they're getting a little closer to their normal capacity.
Okay, but not yet at full capacity, just working in that direction.
Correct. I believe so. Yes.
I think they are at full capacity now.
Are they?
Yeah.
Because they're allowed foursomes now too, right?
Yeah,
Correct.
originally you had to drive one in a cart, and
Yeah.
now people can drive two in a cart if they so choose. So they're still taking some precautionary measures, and some of that's based on personal preference.
Awesome. And Bill, thank you so very much for your updates as well. The fishing derby, what's the age range? How young?
Most of the time it's mom and dad's bringing the kids, and they go up to about 14 and younger. Some of the stuff's pretty funny. I mean, with these little kids when they try to fish, and when they do catch a fish, it's full-fledged hysteria. It's a lot of fun.
Yes, I know. I quite enjoy it. Thank you for that. That was all the questions I had. I just wanted to take a moment, Council President, with respect to acknowledging all of the youth that have been participating in organizing the West Orange Youth Caucus. Salim said it so well when she talked about the celebration of those who were last enslaved in Texas, and just wanted to say thank you for your voices. We have a lot of work to do. I think as leaders in this community, we have an obligation to ensure that we not only support Black Lives Matter movement, but also tone set with respect to it not being an anti-police movement, because we do need police reform. However, we have to work together in that arena. So I just wanted to thank them for all of the work that they're doing in that. That's it for me. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman McCartney? You muted?
Unmute. Okay. Thank you, Council President. I too wanted to thank Salim. When I went to the Juneteenth event last week, when I got there, it started to rain, but that didn't dampen the spirits of anyone. The music was still loud, people were still dancing, and it really did look like a celebration. Thank you. We are all here to listen and learn, so thank you for your voices. I wanted to thank Bill and Edwin for putting all the protocols in place to make the pool safe for reopening. That picture just looked so refreshing. And over the years, I have always thought that the Recreation Department was one of the most creative departments. And you certainly have not let anybody down. You really were a breath of fresh air to see the picture, to hear about the storybook path. There's so much information here that I can share as an educator. So just keep up the great work, and thank you. Thank you for keeping us all safe. As far as council liaison, we all deal with the stress of this COVID in different ways. And the West Orange Arts Council has a call for artists because people express themselves in many different ways. So they are planning an outdoor art exhibit on July 18th. And the call for artists is for people to submit. There have been different things here on Black Lives Matter, if you have art about that. There is art from West Orange High School students. That particular one is an incoming senior. They're talking about COVID itself and how we cope with that, if you have art related. And of course, nature. I think that was the only good news that we had, was that the town looks so lush. I've said this before, it really just looks so beautiful outside, even during this pandemic. The planning board, this Thursday, we're having a special meeting, Thursday, June 25th on the planning board. It will be a Zoom meeting. Information to join will be on the website. This is a carryover from the beginning of June meeting on Executive Drive. So on Thursday, we will be reviewing the circulation element of the Executive Drive redevelopment plan, the landscaping report. 7:30 on Thursday, June 25th. Friends of Edison, with the Thomas Edison National Historic Park being closed, funds are so scarce. Friends of Edison have been meeting again on Zoom to plot ahead with different fundraising projects, not till the winter, hopefully a holiday theme, to raise funds for the Black Mariah. And even the West Orange Environmental Commission, though we haven't met in the last 2 months, that doesn't mean anyone's been quiet. We are in the process of creating a public-private partnership with ShopRite. Since no one is using reusable bags these days because of COVID, we are going back to the plastic bags. ShopRite has always had recyclable bins there to put your plastic bags. So now ShopRite and the township, we're going to partner, collect the plastic bags and join a program with Trex, T-R-E-X, it's a company, South Jersey, that can repurpose the plastic bags, and depending on the number of the pounds that we submit, they can in turn create community benches for us. So
Nice.
it's a nice way to repurpose all of that plastic. I think that's
Everything?
enough. I think that's enough.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I appreciate it. Again, I want to thank Mr. Keough, Mr. Johnson for being on tonight. I don't have any further questions for you, but great job. And I know all your department's been working hard and being creative, and we look forward to whatever other information that you have for us going forward this summer. So if you want to drop off the call or switch to attendee, you're more than welcome to do so.
Okay.
But thank you.
Just want to do a shameless plug. Here is our booklet that we put together that we gave out at the food pantry and other places. Exercise your brain with word searches, word puzzles, and all that kind of stuff when people were kind of homebound. That's Dobie Gillis's picture on the front cover because it was geared towards seniors. I don't know who in the audience there remembers who that is. Some of you probably do, and some of you probably don't. But a little fun, a little poke of fun there while we were doing something good. So thanks for having us. And as always, thanks to council for your support, not just, in our budget and all that stuff, but the moral support that you lend to us and the support you give us for our special projects that we like to get done every once in a while. So thanks, and thanks again for having us.
Thank you.
Well
Good
done.
night.
Thanks, Bill.
And then
Good
we'll
night,
go to
Lauren.
my slides next, Lauren. Okay, so outdoor dining. So I don't know if any of you had a chance yet to visit one of our outside cafes for our restaurants here in the townships. So we have a few pictures, the next couple slides. I'd like to thank all that was involved in this project and assisting our business owners, Janice Gary Adams from zoning, Chief Abbott, our health department, Teresa DeNova, Michael Fonzino, and our administrators. Awesome job helping them get open. Not an easy task for a lot of them. We try to help them out the best we could. And, thank God the weather's been great for them. So if you haven't had a chance to go out and get a bite to eat, it feels great. So I would highly recommend it. But again, it's all up to you. Also, for restaurants who aren't open yet, everyone is still delivering. Please don't forget them. Please support them. It's very important. Retail has opened this week. So have hair and nail salons. So that's very exciting news and long overdue. So everyone has special hours. Everyone is following all the safety guidelines. And we thank health department's been working with them as well. And please make sure that you give them a call and still support your local businesses. Very, very important here. And our next slide. Okay, and unfortunately, there's still people having trouble with unemployment. So I wanted to post Assemblyman McCann's information up again. His office, Alex from his office, has been wonderful in trying to assist our residents. So please, 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 if you're having an issue, I know their computers have been jammed up, checks have been delayed, and they've been doing a tremendous job reaching out to our residents and helping them expedite their check. So if you fall in a situation, before we move on to the next one, Lauren, I just want to say, talking to our fire chief, we're all home. This is going to be the summer of enjoying your backyard for a lot of us. A lot of people will not be traveling. They'll be staying close to home. We've been seeing that in an uptick with permits for pools and for decks and projects, and that's great. Everybody should enjoy your home, but also to be mindful of your neighbor. So we have been getting an uptick in complaints with some noise, also with fire pits. And I talked to the fire chief. Basically, if you do have a fire pit, it can't be larger than a 4-foot diameter, and the smoke can't blow over. If it's bothering someone, your neighbor, and it blows over in their yard, they do have a right, if it's a nuisance, consider a nuisance, to call the desk and to report it. So just be mindful of your neighbors. When I get some of these complaints, I always remind folks, before you call, go over and knock on your neighbor's door and talk to one another, because it's going to be a long summer and hopefully an enjoyable summer. And we want everyone to be able to be respectful. And Mr. Keel off the call, but we also have had an uptick with phone calls with fireworks. Anything that explodes is not allowed, and those are the fireworks that are not sold here in New Jersey. So again, be mindful, be safe, and again, late at night, sometimes kids are kids, but sometimes there's a lot of adults that are out in our streets. So again, please be careful and mindful of your neighbor. And next. Okay, so tonight we talked about the youth of West Orange. And again, Salam Waldai coming on this evening and working with the Youth Caucus and all of her colleagues there and our graduates. And we're so excited for the class of 2020. It's a virtual graduation this evening at 7 p.m. There is the site there if you want to go on and see our graduates and see the presentation that the school board has put together for them. I believe they're going to have something on July 8th. Correct me if I'm wrong, Lauren. But we just want to wish them well. Very tough school year. I commend my colleagues over at the school board, our teachers, the administration, the staff, and all that facilitated the e-learning. And for all the parents, the new teachers of our township, not easy working from home, e-learning with your children. So hopefully you'll be able to enjoy the summer, and we congratulate all of you. I know it's hard to replace graduation night, walking up there on the stand. I was very fortunate for many years to be able to hand a student a diploma, and there's nothing greater than that. And we wish all the graduates well. So congratulations to the class of 2020.
Showed us all how hard.
Yes. And with that, we will go to the general meeting. Madam Clerk.
This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The annual notice was emailed to the Star Ledger and filed in the Township Clerk's office on October 31st, 2019, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on November 7th, 2019. Councilman Guarino?
Present.
Councilman Krokoviac?
Present.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Present.
Councilwoman McCartney?
Present.
Council President Castellino?
Present.
Will everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The council is now in their public meeting.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. We are going to open it up to public comment. So the way this is going to work, we're going to ask you to please raise your hand. The moderator will identify you, introduce you into our meeting. When you are introduced, please state your full name and your address. You will have 5 minutes to address the council and any questions you may have. We're going to address everyone at the end of the last speaker. This way we have the opportunity to hear from everyone this evening and be able to get back to everyone as well. So, Madam Moderator.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Yes, if you are joining us via computer or your phone via the app, you can press the raise your hand button located at the bottom of your screen. If you're one of our call-in patrons tonight, you can use *9. That'll put you in the queue and you'll hear a voice telling you exactly what you need to do at that point. And again, you can push this button at any time. It'll put you in a queue. You do not have to wait for people to stop talking in order to raise your hand. So up first, we have Mr. Fagan. If you can follow the prompt on your screen, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Moderator, and
Thank you.
greetings to Madam Council President and all the your council colleagues. You know, by the time it gets to public comment, most of the things that I would have talked about have already been said. However, the one thing that I want to just expand on slightly at the risk of sounding a bit repetitious is about the fireworks. The West Orange Police Department has been receiving more calls than normal regarding the use of fireworks. And although they may seem harmless, launching exploding fireworks is unlawful and dangerous and certainly disturbing to others. Pinpointing their origin can sometimes be difficult, but the town residents should know that the West Orange Police Department is committed to keeping the public safe from their misuse. You know, we urge all residents to remember their obligations, especially during the summertime, to be good neighbors while enjoying any outdoor celebrations. Any ongoing occurrences can be reported to the police desk at 973-325-4000. I'll repeat that number. It's 973-325-4000. And proper actions will be taken against those responsible. And certainly, any emergency, please call 911. That's basically it, Madam President. I just wanted to expand upon the fireworks because it seems that there has been an uptick in calls regarding it, as you had mentioned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next.
And Tez Roro, if you can follow the prompt on your screen, please.
Good evening, everyone. Tez Roro, 24 Hutton. So thank you, Joe, for chiming about the fireworks. I have the same question. I try to do my own research. I understand that there's certain types that are allowed for sale. I understand that certain ones ignite. I think from a practical perspective, all we know is that it's loud and it's late, right? I don't know which one they're burning. And so I try to look within our ordinances to see if there's perhaps a time limit, maybe making exceptions for holidays like July 4th and stuff like that. I wasn't able to find anything. You can guide me to the right direction if I'm missing it. If there is none, maybe it's time to implement something. Because I remember a couple of days ago, I was in my kid's room way past 10 o'clock and it felt like, and I live in a condominium, so I don't know, where exactly it would be, but it was so loud that it was waking them up, right? And so while calling the police and knowing which ones are allowed to sell in New Jersey is all good and well, on a daily basis, it's not very helpful. So I'd love to know more about that. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And we have Ms. Robinson, if you can please follow the prompt on your screen.
Hi, good evening,
last
everyone.
name?
Oh, my name is Deborah Robinson, 11 King Street. How's everybody doing tonight?
Good, how you doing?
Good. I'd like to read a statement.
Absolutely.
Janice Gary Adams is the zoning official supervisor of code enforcement and supervisor of the municipal board's planning zoning board. Ms. Adams not only supervises code enforcement, but she also manages the day-to-day operations of two critical town boards, zoning and planning. She also serves as a zoning official, which alone requires detailed site plan review of building permits. Her 18.5 years of service and competence in that position should more than qualify her for an equal salary as a department head. Ms. Adams has not received a raise in pay for the past 5 years. We want a salary adjustment for her so that she is paid like those of the same responsibilities. She makes critical decisions that affect the town every day and in a role compatible to a director. We don't want you to stay silent on her exceptional performance. Because this is an extremely busy department and her expertise is relied upon daily, it is only right that her salary be equal to her colleagues that supervise, direct such important departments within the township. We know she is not a director. However, her duties are the exact same as those with that title. Now, I am strongly advocating for Janice Gary Adams to get equal treatment and salary as a department head. The township is demonstrating some changes, but we also want equal treatment for Janice. She is a valued community worker, neighbor, and a friend, as well as a valuable employee. Please reconsider making her title and salary reflect her responsibilities and duties. It is just the right and equitable thing to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Robinson.
Hey, thank you. Valerie Drew, if you can please follow the prompt that's on your screen now.
Thank you very much. My name is Valerie Drew. I live at 3 Highland Place. So I am just grateful that everything is starting to open up for the kids to go to the pool and things. I just have one challenge, and that's with the every other week with the recyclables. Is there a timeline as to when we're going to go back to the weekly recyclable for the plastics?
Okay. So Valerie, we're going to answer that at the end. I'll ask administration. So we're going to get everyone to finish their comments, and then we'll go back and address everyone at the same time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That's a great question.
Okay, thank you. Okay, this is not Mr. Puglisi, but this is an Anthony. There's only a first name. So if Anthony, can you please follow the prompt on your screen? And if you can state your first and last name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Anthony Scordo. I live on Clarkin Drive. I'm calling about the proposed, or whether it's occurred or not, I'm not sure, removal of the Christopher Columbus Monument on Valley Street. I'm calling to find out what exactly is the procedural status of that, and what is the role of the council in removing that particular monument. We have all heard it on the news, but we have yet to, I'm not even sure if the monument is still there. I had written each member of the council and indicated that it was my position as a resident that the monument required another, because it was put up by resolution and it was a name dedication, that the ordinance would have required the mayor to have proposed the removal of the monument as a subsequent resolution. So I haven't gotten any answers from the only councilman that, I can't say that, Mr. Krakowiak responded and Mr. Guarino responded, but I never received any reply from the mayor's office. And a lot of people in the township, I speak for many, are concerned about the fact that there are many Italian Americans in this community, and that we feel that we have been deprived of equal protection under the law, that our monument was put there, and there's been a decision made without a proper public hearing that this particular monument would be replaced with something not in honor of an Italian American. So at this point, I ask the council to resolve what the procedure is and where that stands at this juncture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sorda. We will address you shortly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next.
And Gloria Washington, if you can please follow the prompt on your screen.
Good evening, everyone. That's a tough act to follow. I reside at 143 Watchung Avenue. We've been here for 5 years, and I've been amazed with the diversity of this town and very pleased with the diversity of this town. Had some unpleasant issues with the police department, but I feel that the mayor is very confident. I echo the sentiment of Ms. Robinson about Ms. Janice Gary Adams, who I deal with frequently as I'm a realtor and I deal with bank-owned properties. And I'm not always on her favorite list, but she does her job very efficiently. And I'm actually very surprised to find out that she's just not treated as equally as her peers, and she's doing the job of someone. So I echo that sentiment. My original reason for chiming in is to ask, with regards to the noise of the fireworks, I live at the border, as you guys know, Montclair and Orange, and 4 o'clock in the morning when we hear these cannon sounds, I don't think it's actually our town. I think it's the adjacent town. So I wanted to find out if there's a initiative or if there's any type of cross communication that's happening with the adjoining towns in terms of getting to the bottom of this, because we've been here 5 years, and usually around the 4th of July there's an uptick in activity. But the uptick in activity it actually sounds like there's 2 things going on. It sounds like there are fireworks, but then there sounds that it's not really fireworks, and I know that it's not fireworks because I have family members that have firearms, and I know what a firearm sounds like. So I want to know if there's any kind of initiative that West Orange, Montclair, towns that border one another, if they're working together to get to the bottom of what's really going on, because as I'm talking, fireworks are going off right now. Are you guys working together? Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Washington.
I apologize for that. The timer stuck on my side, but I was keeping
That's okay.
Keeping track of that time.
I think she was, yeah, she was.
That's okay. For anyone in the audience, I apologize for any names that I'm mispronouncing, but Kirby, if you can follow the prompt on your screen, please.
No problem. How you doing, everyone? My name is Kirby Cherry. I'm a resident at 26 Dean Street.
Hey.
I also kind of wanted to reiterate the sentiment from Mrs. Robinson as well as Ms. Washington. In regards to Ms. Adams, I've had pretty close interactions with her in regards to, zoning board over at the Wilshire, and I was kind of a little bit surprised how she was being treated a little bit. I mean, I do think that she definitely has done her job and then some to ensure the safety of our town and make sure everything's up to code, and been a part of our whole organization to just create a better environment for everyone here. I mean, we have a unique town, kind of like a utopia in a sense, that from what I've grown up into and just being a homeowner here as well, where we have so much diversity and so many different interactions with different people. And I just want to make sure that everything's fair and that, we take care of somebody such as her, who's done a great job in her role and, taking it above and beyond as well. So, I mean, I just wanted to share that same sentiment with Mrs. Robinson and Ms. Washington as well.
Thank you, Kirby.
Okay, thank you. And Miss Williams, Tammy, if you can follow the prompt on your screen, please.
Good evening. Hello, everyone. My name is Tammy Williams. I reside at 16 Hillside Avenue. I serve as Human Relations Chairwoman. I am presenting a statement on behalf of the Human Relations Commission. So I ask that you just give me a moment to read the statement. And it reads, the West Orange Human Relations Commission is tasked with making recommendations to the mayor for the development of policies, procedures, and educational programs that will aid in the elimination of all types of discrimination, whether perceived or actual, based on race, color, creed, religion, national origin, ancestry, age, sex, mental status, physical or mental disability, or sexual orientation. It has come to the attention of the HRC that there appears to be a disparity in compensation increase and or pay in the 2020 West Orange budget currently under review. Federal legislation also exists to ensure the collective protection of pay equity for defined classes and traits, including age, race, color, sexual orientation, religion, disability, national origin, gender, genetic information, liability, marital status, and ethnicity. Examples of federal legislation include Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Age Discrimination in Employment Act of 1967, the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990, the Civil Rights Act of 1991, and the Lilly Ledbetter Act, Fair Pay Act of 2009. To that end, the HRC raises the following questions. Is the review process for the municipal budget and employees in place to evaluate employee performance and or for defining when employees should receive an increase in seniority, responsibilities, or compensation? So is there a review process in place? What is the process for determining levels of seniority, roles, responsibilities, and compensation? Is there clear definitions of seniority levels, responsibilities, and compensation ranges? And if there are, what are the existing standards or policies related to increases in employee seniority, responsibilities, and corresponding increases in compensation, bonuses, stipends, or other forms of payment? Upon reviewing the 2020 salary and wages budget detail, we have found, and it has been brought to our attention, that the list of recommended increases is substantial. We understand that in the recent town council vote, at least one was not approved, the details of which follow. Mayor Parisi included a recommendation to increase the salary of Janice Gary Adams by $10,075. Janice Gary Adams began her employment on September 11, 2001 as a zoning official. Gary Adams was tasked with the supervision of the zoning and planning boards upon the unanticipated departure of the town planning director in 2013. At that time, the planning director's salary was $112,000. Gary Adams has been offered a $10,000 management stipend during the 2015 budget hearing, of which half was paid in 2015 and half in 2016. Gary Adams has not received an increase in seniority or compensation despite her assumption of expanded responsibilities. Gary Adams is a Black female. Given the presentation and unusual history here, the HRC is requesting that an explanation of the basis for the unanimous vote of nay against the mayor's recommended increase in Gary Adams' salary. Further, we believe that this example presents an opportunity to ensure that equitable processes exist for all municipal employees' advancement, and that the town of West Orange is in compliance with all state and federal legislation across its employment practices, from hiring and advancement opportunities to daily work tasks, compensation, and termination. That said, we ask the town council, please submit the following. The basis upon which the yay-nay decisions were made in the town council vote regarding the 2010-20 compensation for Gary Adams. Title, seniority level, number of employees managed, and demographic information for each employee whose compensation increase was approved for benchmarking purposes. And the title, seniority level, number of employees managed, and demographic information for other employees whose compensation increases were not approved, also for benchmarking purposes. It is our hope that the inquiry will prompt an immediate compensation review and the implementation of performance metrics and bona fide standards, if not already being used in determining salary increases. Respectfully submitted, the West Orange Human Relations Commission, Tammy Williams, Chairwoman. Commissioners, Dr. David Jones, Elizabeth Milham, Steve Hobson, the Reverend Father Miguel Hernandez, Patricia West, Shannon Gattens, Reggie George, Alexandra Durande, Asmaret Gabor Michael, Dr. Akil Kofani, and Dagmar Robinson. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Okay, thank you. And as listed, MK Adams, if you can please follow the prompt on your screen.
Thanks so much for taking my my comments. And I just want to circle back to the fireworks. And
Excuse me, can you state your name and address, please, for the record?
So sorry.
That's
Mary
okay.
Kay Adams. I live on Park Drive South, near
Thank you.
Edison Middle School. Again,
Thank you.
I wanted to circle back and discuss the fireworks, and I appreciate the previous comments already made. And I also appreciate the diplomacy that all of you are demonstrating, along with Mayor Parisi's statement yesterday. But the emphasis on being a good neighbor, I think, is a little misguided, and the emphasis should be on the unlawfulness of many of the explosions that we're experiencing. It's not, I don't envy the police department at all. And I haven't been calling, but I have experienced very close, very loud fireworks every single night now for the past week. I have a pet, I have a dog who's mortified by it. And so for hours, she's inconsolable. The other night it started at 8:45. At 12:30 in the morning, they were still going off. While I was waiting for my turn at 7:40, another explosion was detonated nearby. So I appreciate the delicacy and the sort of impossible task at hand of finding out where they're being set off and stopping them. But if there's some way, I also like that other comment about a coordinated effort with nearby towns. And again, just emphasize the unlawfulness of it so that we can all kind of reduce our stress a little. I know it's freaking out some of humans too and triggering some PTSD. So thank you for that. I have a question. Just before the end of last year, there was an initiative started to convert the Bethany Church parking lot into a permit lot for nearby residents. And I have noticed that there's been work in improving and increasing the light and clearance of that lot. But I just am curious of when the implementation of that permit system is going to start, because parking is really difficult around here sometimes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and great question, Ms. Adams. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we have Sandra Fields. If you can please follow the prompt on your screen.
Good evening. Hi, this is Sandra Fields. I reside on 33 Glenside Drive. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I just want to echo the several comments that have been made regarding Ms. Janice Gary Adams. I have been a resident. I am currently a resident of West Orange, a homeowner over 30 years. I know many of you members on the board throughout the years. I have worked in corporate America, corporate office for over 35 years. So throughout those years, I have seen and I have experienced myself where employees that do a job well, they are awarded for that great work, right? And we ensure, again, corporate America, we ensure that all positions, when we look at the different positions that one holds, if there is a difference in salary for a particular level, that in corporate America, we look to see how we can change that, equate that level, and bring up that particular person up to that particular salary range for that position, where there are others that are doing the same type of work. We ensure that we try not to have a salary disparity, and at all times we adjust that accordingly. And the situation that we have here with Ms. Janice Gary Adams, I think definitely needs to be noted and corrected. In regards to our town, West Orange, I love West Orange. West Orange is a very inclusive town, well diverse. We have a very good reputation of the town. We're very progressive. This situation here, as you can see, you have several residents of West Orange speaking upon this issue. And I don't want the reputation of the town to be soured by this, because again, with this, it can not bring in additional great people into our town, hearing this type of disparity that's going on. And again, as a female And I must say, as a Black female and as a Black resident of West Orange, this hurts me to hear this type of disparity, and it should be corrected. There are several things that have happened throughout the year. If there's a decision to be made for in regards to salary, then that should be decided across the board. But in regards to Mrs. Janice Gary Adams, I've worked with her for several years. I've known her for several years. She's a great resident, an excellent employee, and I must say, I'm the one that tell her to come and live here in West Orange over, 20-something years ago, because we are a great town. So let's make sure we keep that reputation up and make the necessary adjustments needed for Miss Janice Gary Adams. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fields.
Hey, thank you.
Thanks for coming on the air tonight. Next.
Okay. So it's a phone caller, and it's the last four numbers are 4003. If you can please let me know your name, please.
My name is Michaela Bennett.
Okay, thanks, Michaela.
I live at Old Indian Road, and I wanted to begin by thanking Mayor Parisi for making it a priority to remove a memorial that memorializes someone who no longer deserves any credit within our country. So bravo to the mayor for that action, and to the council members who supported it. I do want to address something that happened at the last council meeting. Public comment. What was raised was issues around the title of executive director and the mistake of associating the executive directorship to OSPAC instead of NJAI at OSPAC. I think that's summarily semantics and really not the important point. The important point is what was raised with this council more than a year ago about the impropriety that occurred at OSPAC. Now, I understand that in response to what was raised, the Township Council President said that any investigation, there are no investigations, and that I think the word used was frivolous. I confirmed that by watching the council video and then provided that with the law enforcement individuals who have been investigating and continue to investigate the impropriety at OSPAC. I leave that to their expertise, but I asked the council, since last year, when I showed you all the documents and proofs about what occurred at OSPAC, about who knew about it, what has the council done to ensure that the citizens of West Orange are protected? I'm aware that Ms. Matute Brown put protections in place for moving forward. But why hasn't this council investigated what occurred? A licensing agreement was provided to NJAI. You have a copy of it. It specifically says all fees must be paid to NJAI. I provided you with documentation that said that Black Star Entertainment or Communications were to receive payment. And since I have received my Oprah request of the minutes from NJAI at OSPAC, and within those minutes, I believe Ms. Williams is in those minutes, I believe Ms. Laura Lab is in those minutes, all approving 20% of everything earned at OSPAC to be paid to the public information officer at the time and the creative director at NJAI at OSPAC. That's just not proper. I provided the information to all of you thinking that you would look into it, thinking that you would make it a priority. And what I'm hearing is you think it's frivolous. I asked in an email after the last meeting, who did you confirm that there's no investigations occurring with? And I received no answer. I would like to follow up with whomever you spoke to who suggested that it was frivolous to make sure that they know who to speak to within the county and state law enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett.
Okay, thank you. And Kashan, if you can please follow the prompt on your screen.
Hello?
Hey, there you go.
Hi, how are you guys?
Hi, Kashan.
Hi, I'm Kashan Abdul Qadir, and I'm at 220 St. Cloud Avenue here in West Orange. Yes, give me 1 second, please. Just calling for two things. One, to talk about the reason why I moved here to West Orange. One is because I have two young children, one going to to high school, and one going into kindergarten. But I moved here because of the perceived diversity and inclusive community. And just these past few days, I've been taken aback by things that's happening at the school board level, and also hearing about what's happening in our township regarding hiring practices and salary practices. So I'm just saying this right now, and I don't even know how to put this all in the right words. I didn't think this all through, so just bear with me. Given the movement that's happening right now in our country, even across the globe, not just in our country, that there's a huge disparity on opportunities regarding pay, just a huge disparity in hiring. Yes, give me a second. Hiring, so much regarding how colored people have been treated. And to hear that, people are, when we have the only African-American Black male school counselor being let go, that makes no sense to me when you have 45% of the school population is African-American. And then to hear about Janice Adams, who's been serving in a role for 18 years, 18 years, and to see the disparity in pay is blowing my mind as an African-American woman who also had to fight for her salary when I was in the school districts. This is blowing my mind. And I think I want to make sure, I hope that we can all as a town can ensure that we don't miss this opportunity to say, you know what, we need to be real intentional about how we're paying our staff members, how we're hiring people in our community, because this community is very diverse, and how we're being inclusive with that. So to the sentiments of Deborah Robinson, to Tammy Williams, and all those other ones who spoke as well, yes, we need to really look at what's our pay scale? And why is there such a huge disparity in the pay when people are doing sometimes double the job? And it's sad that we have to come up here and start advocating for this. There should be a norm across the board. There should be equal pay, some type of scale that should be visible to the entire town on how everyone's being paid, and that is equitable across the board. And I'm just blown aback by so much stuff that's happening. And I know West Orange is strong, and I know that we can do better at really looking at and evaluating, okay, where are we missing the mark? Not just for education, but also in our town. Where are we missing the mark? Do we have enough representatives, even in our township, that reflect the community also? And in our police force, across the board. So I just want to make sure that we would take some time to really assess, are we being intentional with our practices? Are we being intentional with our training? Are we being intentional with our pay scale? Are we meaning that we're looking at the disparity? We need to look at that, and we have to listen to what the community is saying and really take the blinders off and really look at how we really paying our staff, and look at the percentage. What's the percentage of staff that are African-American, that are Hispanic, that are Indian, or other ethnicities? Are we looking at that? Because this community does reflect a large number of ethnicities. So I'm saying that to say, can we take some time to be intentional and really look at our hiring practices and our paid practices here in this town? That's all I have to say. Have a good night. Have a blessed night.
Thank you so much, Kashan.
Okay.
We're going to address you when everybody's done speaking.
Thank you.
Thank you. Solange Davis, if you can please follow the prompt on your screen.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Solange Davis, and I reside at 5 Nelson Court. And I just wanted to start off by saying how extremely disappointed I am to learn that a long-term employee Ms. Janice Gary Adams, employed as a zoning official and supervisor of code enforcement, planning and zoning, is the subject of a salary disparity in comparison to several of her colleagues who perform similar duties. I understand that the council has determined that there will be no raises granted to town employees as a result of the COVID-19 crisis. Yet 2 high-level town administrators encouraged significant pay increases for other employees who were deemed valuable. Take into consideration the fact that Ms. Gary Adams has been employed with the township for close to 19 years and is working to perform inspections throughout the COVID-19 pandemic proves just how valuable she really is. I am a resident of West Orange for 25 years and have known Ms. Gary Adams for most of that time. Even though she does not hold the title of director, it is critical that Ms. Gary Adams be fairly compensated for the responsibilities she fulfills and aligned with those who carry out similar duties. My expectation as a resident of West Orange is that all township employees are treated fairly and that all salary decisions are made in an unbiased and equitable fashion. I appreciate your attention and action concerning this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Davis.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the next person, I don't have your name listed on your Zoom. If you can follow the prompt on your screen, please.
Yes, hello.
Hi, yes, thank you. We can have your name and address?
Oh, yes, sure. I'm surprised my profile didn't come up. This is Kabir Myers of Marion Drive. I saw a number of resolutions pertaining to the police department on the agenda, but I didn't see anything pertaining to the establishment of a civilian complaint review board, despite the fact that multiple residents have requested the establishment of same. I know that the town council is aware of that request. I would like the town council to please address that request. Where are we on the, what's the status of the request for a civilian complaint review board installed in the township? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And before we get to Mr. Puglisi, if we have any other attendee in the audience, they'd like to use the raise the hand feature at the bottom of your screen, or if you're one of our phone-in patrons, you can use the *9. I'm just going to give it a couple of seconds. Okay, yes, Susan, if you can follow the prompt on your screen.
Hello?
Hi, yes, there you are.
Hi, I'm Susan Anderson, Colony Drive East. I just wanted to respond to Miss Michaela Bennett. Miss Michaela Bennett is a stalker and a harasser who has been stalking myself, my family, and the members of the New Jersey Arts Incubator for about a year.
Excuse me, Ms. Anderson, just no accusations such as that. But
well, it's not an accusation because I have text messages from a promoter that you just texted a couple days ago asking him for his documents. And the only reason that we're not in court is because the courts are closed. But her questions have been asked and answered. The chair of the board addressed her this week. None of this is any of her business. She keeps making accusations. She calls every agency on the planet, and it's old and it's tired. And she needs to mind her business, worry about herself, maybe renew her law license, and leave people alone because we're tired of her. The racial comments, the anonymous letters.
Ms. Anderson, just again, we had a talk the other day.
No, you let her speak. You let her speak about impropriety that she can't bring up any documents for other than her being a Karen and running her mouth and being nosy. And that's it. That's it. And this is the last time I'm going to address it. I don't speak to her. I don't even know this woman. So I will tell her in this forum, mind your business. Stop stalking people and leave people alone.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
That is it. Leave my children alone, leave my nephew alone, leave my family alone, leave my colleagues alone, stop calling my clients, leave me alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
Okay. Seeing that there are no others, I'm going to ask Mr. Puglisi now to follow the prompt on his screen.
Good evening.
Hi.
Hi, this is Anthony Puglisi representing County Executive Joe DiFrancesco. Before I get into this week's emergency food distribution event, I just want to revisit the one on June 18th, which was at Colgate Park. We did this in partnership with St. Barnabas Hospital and West Orange, and I can't tell you how smoothly run it went, how fast we got through all the boxes. I mean, unfortunately, that shows you how that there's still a great need for an event like this. But the team of volunteers that Mayor Parisi put together, as well as the assistance from St. Barnabas, was spectacular. There were some other council people there. I saw Councilwoman McCartney and Councilwoman Matute Brown. So I thank you guys for coming out. Which leads me into this next event. We're going to be at Caldwell High School this Thursday. Once again, these events are open to all residents of Essex County, first come, first serve. We do have the 1,000 boxes that we normally have. And we also have another component that's gaining a little bit in popularity, which is we actually order a few extra boxes. And this week we're doing 161 deliveries to homebound seniors and other folks who can't get to those events. So it feels good that we're able to help folks in this manner. And as the county executive had said, he wants to continue this as long as possible. So just keep looking at our website. Each week we update the location. There is a certain amount of logistics that go into it, so I'm sorry I don't have a full schedule of locations that I can provide up front. Next flyer. Again, we're continuing testing sites around the county. We were at Cody Arena or the South Mountain Recreation Complex a few weeks ago. There's the schedule for the upcoming schedule. Again, it's open to all Essex County residents, free of charge. You just have to go to the website or telephone the number that's on the screen, and to make an appointment, it is a by appointment only. And the results come back fairly quickly. It's between 2 to 4 days. And again, just check the website. The updated flyers are there. And again, as we add dates, that's where you would see the dates that have been added. Next. So we're trying to return to a little bit of normalcy. One event that we normally had done earlier in the spring was used tire and paper shredding day. We've rescheduled that to this Saturday, June 27th, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. You can bring old tires, and I'm sure this is after tax season, although it's a couple months later. I'm sure some people may have boxes of paper that they want to get rid of. All the paper is shredded and securely contained, so that you don't have to worry about any records, being seen or anything like that. This is a free event, and again, just like the two previous events with the testing sites and the food distribution, we do have some social distancing guidelines in place, just to help prevent the spread of the virus. And again, we've had this event at the Public Works facility in Cedar Grove previously, so I'm sure that people would be familiar with the flow of the event there. Next up. Earlier this spring, the New Jersey Economic Development Authority created a loan program or a grant program for small business. That was the money was given away almost immediately. They then opened up a second round, which I believe is still ongoing. And the county executive wanted to help out, so we've contributed $10 million to that fund, to the New Jersey EDA fund. The money that the county contributed is specifically for Essex County businesses. We just wanted to partner with the SDA because they had the infrastructure in place to review the applications. They had the website in place, so it made it a much easier and more efficient. And like I said, that $10 million is strictly for Essex County businesses. I know there's still funding left over, or there's still funding that remains, so you can still apply, but I would encourage all businesses, if they want to apply, that they do it rather quickly. I think that's the last one. That's the last one I gave you, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's it. As always, there's more information on our county website, which is essexcountynj.org. And just to differentiate, the testing site is essexcovid.org. And I'm available for any questions.
And Anthony, before you leave us here, just real quick, and thank you so much. This grant was, as soon as I saw it, we sent it out to all our restaurants and small business owners. A few of them applied immediately. But what is the turnaround time on the application? So if you apply, what is it before you hear back from the county?
Well, you'll be hearing back from the SDA. I can get you that information. I know it's pretty quick, but I really can't tell you what the timetable is.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't heard any feedback that they, that they needed additional information. So the application looked pretty simple.
Mm-hmm.
I know a lot of them were needing supplies to even open up outside. So a few of them were going to apply for it. But thank you. If you can email that to me.
And my memory just was jogged. I had one more thing I wanted to share. The Essex County Recreation and Open Space Trust Fund. This is the 6th time that they've opened up the local aid program. So West Orange was awarded a $150,000 grant. It's an outright grant, so you don't have to come up with matching funds. So your township should be getting the paperwork for that probably tomorrow. So they just be on the lookout for that.
Oh, that is great news, Anthony. Thank you. That's going to be so helpful with our Degnan Park project.
Yes.
So great news. Thank you. Thank you.
Madam President, we actually had some issues with some people, and they were able to come back on the line to talk a public comment. They were phone-in callers. I had received a message.
No, that's okay.
It's not repeat people. It's just
if it's not a
people having a
repeat.
problem. So at this time, I'm going to get back to that section right there. And Vina, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, no
Thank you for the
problem.
opportunity.
Your
Vina
full name
Wallace.
and address?
Yes, Vina Wallace Johnson, 1 Glennon Place, West Orange. So I have a statement as well on behalf of Janice Garrett Adams.
Sure.
And as a taxpaying resident of West Orange for the past 28 years, I'm deeply concerned about the denial of an increase for Ms. Garrett Adams. Ms. Garrett Adams has been an employee for the township for the past 18 years with an exceptional performance record. As a highly caliber professional, she brings strong leadership and management skills daily to her work. I know this is so because as a town council member, you will not accept anything less. Based on feedback from other residents, she brings an exceptional level of dependability, honesty, and attention to detail. Based on her past performance, educational level, effort, responsibility, and skills brought to this position, Ms. Garrett Adams deserves to receive equal pay compatible to her colleagues with similar responsibility. If I could remind you that she's the supervisor of code enforcement, along with managing the day-to-day operations of the zoning and planning boards. In addition, she is the zoning official, which, as you know, entails daily site plan review for hundreds of building permits that are professional within our township. She is on the front line every day, making decisions that directly affect this town. As such, her compensation should reflect this vast responsibility. I want to also bring to your attention that to the following federal law, the Equal Pay Act, which requires employees to pay men and women equally for doing the same work, equal pay for equal work. And your prompt attention to this matter and resolving this matter would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wallace. And we're going to address everyone after we're done with the last speaker. But thank you for coming on the air tonight.
Okay, thank you. And Barry, if we can have you follow the prompt on your screen, please.
Hey, how are you? Barry Daddle Kramer, 593 Pleasant Valley Way. I had a question actually for the gentleman who was on from the Essex County. Is he still on there, Anthony?
Yes, our public information officer. Yes, so we'll bring him
yes.
back on after everyone speaks. What's your question?
Okay, so my question was with the food drive, it was awesome. The one at Cody was great, in and out, no time. Got there for the one in Colgate Park, got there at about 20 to 10. I was about 4,000 cars back. But that's all fine and good. You know, everyone's entitled. I have no problem with that. I was told by Mayor Parisi that there was going to be an option of kosher food boxes. There is a population in the neighborhood that is kosher. And I felt really bad taking the box from Cody Arena and looking at it and finding about 50 to 60% of that box not being kosher. I turned around and I gave it to my neighbor, which I felt, benefit in the neighborhood, at least to get. That was question one. Mayor Parisi, so I have never had that opportunity. Can we try to find out if X food drives will also have kosher foods and not to feel like myself wasting that food? That's one. And number two, when it came to the tire and shredding, I saw the post of Saturday for the Sabbath observers in town. Can't make it there. Is it going to be as usual that you can drop it off on a Friday? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Great question. So we'll bring Mr. Puglisi back on after the last speaker.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And we have with the last phone number 9383. If you can state your name and address for the record, please.
I've gone. Dina Wallace Johnson, 1 Glennon Place. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Oh, you had raised your hand
She went
again.
already. Yeah.
Okay, no problem. Yes, she just may have accidentally raised her hand again. And just for the public, if they've already spoken, they do not get to go again. Is that correct, Madam President?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So there is someone who did raise their hand. I just want to inform you that your time has passed, and so unfortunately will not be able to get to you again. And I have Mr. Puglisi, if you want to start with his response first.
Yes, and real quick, for anyone out there, you could email us at westorangecouncil.org or .com rather. Mr. Puglisi?
Sure. First, I'll start with the paper shredding and used tire event. Yes, as with all those large-scale recycling events, if you're observe the Sabbath on a Saturday, you can come the Friday afternoon between 12 and 4 and drop your items off there at that point. Regarding the kosher boxes, when we were at Cody Arena, we did not advertise any kosher boxes being available. When we did the Colgate Park event, we did contemplate doing kosher boxes, but it was a little difficult with drive-ups and walk-ups and then having to differentiate between the lines. And how do you if you have 1,000 cars coming through, how do you determine who gets a kosher box and who doesn't? So what we will probably do in the future is have an event that would only offer kosher boxes. That's still in the planning stages, and I don't have a date yet. But as soon as that becomes available, I will make sure that the council knows. And as always, you can check the website.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Puglisi. And just to piggy on back with the kosher boxes, we're working with the school district because we thought we had another avenue to utilize to distribute kosher food to our residents. And unfortunately, we weren't, the school district wasn't able to because of logistics. Not due to the school district, but to the grant that we just weren't eligible. So we're constantly working. I know the mayor's been working. We've been talking with the rabbi to figure some other options. I know the shuls have been offering, having some of their own offerings, but if Mr. Puglisi working with the county, you've been tremendous on so many levels, that would be a great need for our residents. So we appreciate it. And thank you also to Mr. Puglisi for coming down to Colgate Park. I was bummed out that I had to work that day and I couldn't get there. But when I heard how quickly it went through, and also it's heartbreaking of the need. But it was a big help to our local food pantry that week. So we really appreciate you coming on down and all that the county has done for us through this pandemic. Did we have, we're done, right, Lauren? We're done with everyone in the audience?
Yes,
Okay.
at this time we're done. Thank you.
So being that we have a lot of administrative questions for the administration, I'm going to try to separate this out one by one. I'm going to start off with the fireworks. And with the fireworks, Chief Abbott had told me, I know they were working with Orange and with the county sheriff's department. And again, my piece going back to the conversation with the fire chief, if you hear a boom, you know, that's not allowed. So you need to call the police desk. Someone should not be out there on your street with fireworks. So Mr. Sayers, I'm going to let you address this.
Council President, can I chime in here? Ken
Absolutely,
Kaiser?
Mr. Kaiser. He's
Okay,
our township attorney is going to speak.
I mean, the main thing to point out is that fireworks are governed by state statute, not by local ordinance generally. When the police enforce the laws with respect to fireworks, they're enforcing state statutes. So it's not like the rules differ from town to town, as far as I know.
Yes. And okay, Mr. Sayers, what other efforts have been done? Have you spoken to the chief?
Council President, the chief is on the line. I'll let him speak to that. Chief?
Oh, great. Thank you, Chief.
Chief?
Am I on?
Yeah,
You're on.
Okay, so with the fireworks, we've been dealing with Essex County and the Sheriff's Department and Orange. One of the women speaking tonight mentioned something about Montclair living on the line. If there, we can certainly reach out to Montclair as well. This has been worse than ever. This year. I mean, it's always a problem this time of year, but for reasons I can't fathom, it's worse than ever this time of year. Our municipal ordinance, the way I read it, would actually preclude the discharge of even those things that are lawfully sold in New Jersey. You can get them at ShopRite and Costco in these places. So I believe that these places can sell them legally. I believe that you can possess them legally, but under our ordinance, I don't believe you can discharge them. Mr. Kaiser might want to look at that ordinance, see if that's correct. But the biggest problem is, as everybody said over and over again, is pinpointing where it comes from. You know, if you're living on the Orange Montclair line and you're not certain whether it's in Montclair or Orange, I mean, we're never going to find them. They're usually surface to air explosions. So, you know, determining where they originated from is like finding a needle in a haystack. But, you know, please call the desk and we will do our best to do that. I'm sorry, was there a follow-up question for one of the other issues?
The parking permits for Bethany Church, are they ready yet? Or is that project ready to go that we could issue the parking permits there for the residents in that neighborhood?
I'd need to double back and check on that. Lenny Lepore has been handling that legal. Kind of, you know, with COVID, it kind of fell off the radar screen, to be perfectly honest.
Okay. I'm not sure if you should answer it or if Mr. Kaiser should answer it in regards to any kind of an investigation up at OSPAC. One of you want to take that?
I have no problem putting on a record that as soon as this was brought to my attention, we notified the Essex County Prosecutor's Office. The ECPO took control of the investigation. I have no idea where it stands. They don't report to me. I report to them. They have no obligation to fill me in once they assume control of an investigation, so I don't know.
And I can, the only thing I would add, Council President, is that the council doesn't have jurisdiction over criminal or potentially criminal matters. You're not equipped to do those kinds of investigations. You have no jurisdiction over them. And so they're basically police matters, county prosecutor matters, and the chief is right. And this was referred immediately to the county prosecutor's office. If and when they finish an investigation, they don't give you a certificate that says everything is okay. It just goes away. If some sort of wrongdoing is found, then there could be an indictment or a grand jury presentment. But we have no knowledge of anything like that, and we're not going to get a certificate at the end of the investigation.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kaiser. Let's see, just going through my notes. Mr. Sayers, Mr. Gross, in regards to budgeting, raises, compensation, if you'd like to talk to some of the comments from the public this evening in regards to compensation and equal pay.
Well, what we do is we put people in for raises, and we did that this year, and some of the people obviously got knocked down, and there's not really much we can do about that. And we base those raises on basically their job functions and what they do and whether they take on additional responsibilities or not. And that's usually how we do that. Also, there's other raises that are in the budget that are promotional raises, like someone who goes from keyboarding clerk 1 to keyboarding clerk 2, that's a promotion. That's a whole different ballgame. But someone like Ms. Adams, who has a salary, the question is whether we increase that salary or not. Now, we did increase our salary back in, I think it was 96 by $10,000. And we did put her in, the mayor agreed to put her in for another raise this year, and unfortunately it was knocked down.
And just so too, that's a special salary request. Everyone on the list the other day did receive an annual raise, correct?
What's that? I don't understand that.
Or maybe Mr. Gross. Everyone on the list, the special salary request list still received a raise on their pay scale.
The special requests are above and beyond and any annual increases, percentage increase that would be for a given year. So the special requests are above and beyond that.
So all these individuals received a percentage increase as well. So they didn't receive a zero increase. Everyone received, what was it this year? 3%, correct?
Yeah, just shy of 3%.
Yeah, okay. Okay, with that, I'm going to open up to comments from my colleagues. Councilman Guarino.
Council President, could you pass me for a second? I'm going through my notes to answer certain questions. I know it's got to be answered.
Okay, Councilman Kukoviac. You're muted.
No, I'm not. I was just waiting for somebody to try to go after me on that. No, I'm sorry. It took me a few seconds to find the icon.
That's okay. Everybody take your time. We had a lot of comments this evening. I'll look to see if there's anything else for the administration.
Yes, and typically I'll go through typically I would go through the comments and single out people by name, but I think there's so many people, so many things that were said. I'm just going to try to address by subject. And if I leave out a subject, I apologize. It's been a really busy, lengthy public comment period. First, I do want to remark about all of the concern with the propriety of Ms. Gary Adams' consideration for compensation. I've gotten a lot of emails in the last couple of days, and I've tried to answer them all with what my approach in this budget period was. And for those of you who don't know, essentially the municipality is facing a severe property tax revenue shortfall. It looks like if you extrapolate out the $2.7 million shortfall in the first 6 months of this year, we're looking at potentially, if not likely, a more than $5 million shortfall over the year. And we may be able to borrow our way out of that problem temporarily, but borrowing money obviously increases our operating costs. And so the approach that I took to the budget this year was to basically say, I'm not going to vote for any promotions or any voluntary raises. And so that's what I did. I did vote for a $500 stipend increase for 3 contractors for the zoning board, the planning board, and the public advocate. But that's it. And so I took a pretty uniform approach. I was not thinking terribly much about individual compensation levels and situations. But it sounds like from what we're hearing tonight that maybe the council should take a closer look at this whole process. One of the things that has always, I guess, baffled me about the public sector, since I come from the private sector, is that there aren't any annual reviews of performance reviews. And so it's really difficult for us on the council to have a real good handle on what is involved with each one of the mayor's recommendations. We don't get a whole lot of detail other than they've done a good job, and it's sort of hard to base an opinion on that. But I do think, and I also want to call out the Human Relations Commission, because I think the Ms. Williams' comments tonight were excellent, focused, thoughtful, and require a substantive response from the council and the municipality. So I just want to say thank you for that. And you have really given us a potential way forward. The second subject I've got on my list is the fireworks. And I'm like, I think a lot of you, they're annoying me. I was woken up last week at 3:30 a.m. from an explosion that was so loud, it literally woke me up. And I've referred people to the police non-emergency number. I've had some interaction with the police chief, and it's just really difficult to try to find the people that are doing it. We just have to keep up with the phone calls and try to help the police as much as we can going forward. I think Ms. Drew had a question about the recycling schedule, and I don't really have that information, but I did want, it reminded me that we had spoken about recyclables before in a few meetings before, and there was a question asked by a resident during public comment asking about whether we might get some credit for the sort of high price we pay for recyclables for what's going on here. And I don't recall if we've answered that question, but maybe if anyone from the administration has that information, it would be a great time to present it to us. Does anybody have that?
Yeah, Council President, I actually did respond to it.
Okay.
And I don't remember the format of the response. I thought it was an email to everybody, but because I did talk to Mr. Roselli about that issue, and he indicated, and I understood him, and I talked to the health officer as well about this. Their expenses actually have increased, not decreased. There's nothing that we have found in the contract that would entitle us to a credit. And in fact, if they could prove they're correct, and I suspect they can, it might work the other way. But as a practical matter, this is a very temporary thing due to the COVID-19 situation and the loss of pickers in the recycling process. And my understanding from talking with Mr. Roselli is that that's about to be resolved and people are coming back to work to do that job. And he indicated that he thought that we would be going back to dual stream or single stream rather on or about July 1st. So I anticipate that we'll get a further notification of that. I don't know that it'll come this week, but it should come soon. And if it's not July 1st, I suspect it'll be shortly thereafter.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kaiser. The next item I have on my list is the issues of related to improving the policing. And there was a question about the Independent Citizens Review Board. And I know that was one of the requests that came out of some of the recent demonstrations here in West Orange. I just want to say, as far as I know, the mayor has not communicated with the council as a whole about any of this, about the Columbus Memorial, about the police legislation, trying to put in effect some improvements in policing. So I don't know where any of that stands. And I would very much like to hear from the mayor on a regular basis about what's going on here, but I can't tell you because as far as I know, he has not communicated with us at all.
Well, excuse me, Councilman. I'll let you finish up your remarks in a minute, but I got to apologize because I missed a page, and thank you for bringing up the recycling because that was in my notes to go to administration first. And if Mr. Sayers, if you could just quickly, or not Mr. Sayers, Mr. Kaiser, I believe you had written us a memo. And Mr. Sordo, I have to apologize because I never received your original correspondence. I did talk to Unico, Frank Canella from Unico. He told me you had reached out to us. I did not get that original. I think it might have went into spam. But you called me the other day and I left you a message. So I believe, Mr. Kaiser, did you, I believe you sent us a letter out?
Council President.
Or was that Mr. Trank? I'll let Mr. Kaiser speak first.
It was a letter from Mr. Trank. It was sent on June 18th. I actually had a fair amount of input into the letter. All of the bullet points are attributable to me. But he did respond by email to Mr. Scordo. We did look at the ordinance. We looked for the history of the ordinance. We looked for any resolution regarding this. And without going, detail by detail, it doesn't appear that the ordinance applies to this situation. The property isn't named. That triangular piece of land is not named. There's no building that's been named at that location. It's just simply a monument that was put there. We can't find anything that indicates that the township had anything to do with putting it there. Obviously, it's public land, so at least implicitly, we permitted it to go there. This is something that apparently happened back in the 1990s, I believe before the ordinance even came into existence. And so we haven't been able to find any resolution. As far as we can tell, nothing to do with that monument occurred through municipal action. So, and all of that was put in the letter. I'm not sure if I'm answering all of the questions that were asked with respect to it, but that's my take on it.
Okay, we'll follow up with the mayor as well. Thank you, Mr. Kaiser. Councilman Kukoviac, do you have any more remarks? Oh wait, I'm sorry. I just want to bring on Chief Abbott. Are you still there, Chief? To respond to the Independent Citizens Review Board, because I know you had involvement with that.
Okay, so as up until April 1st of this year, 2020, there was no ability for a municipality or a police department to have a civilian review board. Each county prosecutor, if a municipality wants to do it, has to provide training for the people that are selected to serve on this. As recent as tonight, actually, for a call tomorrow. I've asked that question if there's any curriculum put together. In fairness to all 21 county prosecutors, with COVID hitting simultaneous to April 1st, and I'm sure this really wasn't a priority for anybody. And then, you know, in the aftermath of Minneapolis, it's right back on top. So I think, you know, Prosecutor Stevens has been very responsive to everything any of the county chiefs have asked of him. I'm sure he's going to develop a curriculum and offer the training. It's probably not really done yet, but we're going to do this. We're committed to doing this. I'm at the, you know, the mercy of the prosecutor and helping me to get the people trained that are selected to do it.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes,
All right.
thank you, Chief. Do you have a timetable of any sort, or even a rough one, of how this is going to be?
I'm hoping to know more after tomorrow when we have our countywide conference call. Normally we would have a county chiefs meeting, but that's, you know, the world today. It's going to be a call. So I'm hoping that after that I have some idea, and then we can start to, you know, there's a lot of unanswered questions about the whole selection procedure and everything. So, I mean, it's not only just the training that those selected need to go through. There, you know, there's other avenues. I personally would like to have some young people involved in this. I don't even know the answer to if that's permitted. You may need to be 18 or over, which is still a young adult, but, you know, it might be good to have some 16-year-olds in there. So these are all things we have to vet. I'm committed to making this happen, and it's just going to take some time. It's not going to happen overnight.
Okay.
Thank you, Chief. Mr. Kaiser, in all of your research about the memorial, was there any indication that the town had to even give its permission for that memorial to be put there?
No, and in fact, just letting you know, as I'm listening and you're speaking, I got an email from Joe Fagan, because I had called him about the history of this, figuring maybe he would know something. He said he was able to find the date the monument was installed. It was dedicated on October 10th, 1992. I mean, I've been living here since 1976. I don't recall the incident. I don't recall any articles about it or any information about it. Of course, you know, it's a long time ago, and I might not have noticed anything like that anyway, but we haven't found, I had the clerk look for resolutions when she was at town hall earlier this week, and she wasn't able to find anything. I asked around, and nobody was aware of any resolution. And my sense is that this was kind of a neighborhood thing, and that some people, there was a restaurant that was on the corner of one of those streets, which you may well recall. I think it was Munchies.
Munchies, yeah.
And the owner, whose name is escaping me at the moment, but I think Joe Dory. In fact, he was on the Government Study Commission that I was on. I believe that he had something to do with it. I assume it was a kind of a private effort, but obviously since the monument was placed on public property, I guess nobody disagreed with it. Nobody's taken it off since, but the town doesn't seem to have had any involvement in that project.
But would it be safe to say that the mayor is deeply involved with the future of the memorial?
Well, I don't know what you mean by deeply involved, but the mayor certainly is responsible because of his position and under the Faulkner Act to, he's the custodian of township property. He's responsible to take care of it and so forth. So he would, you know, as far as I'm concerned, there's no reason why he can't remove that and take the action that he is intended to take. I don't know what the details, I don't know what the plans are. I haven't talked to him about it, but I think he has the ability the power to do it.
And when you say has the power to do it without any affirmative vote by the council?
Right. Correct.
Well, given that it's unlikely that the council is not going to have anything having to do with the removal of the memorial, I just wanted to say a few words because I think this is a really important issue for us all to have input in, and lacking that, at least want my thoughts to be heard. Generally speaking, I am not in favor of removing or defacing or damaging in any way any public memorials or statues, and certainly not without community participation in the decision-making process. To my way of thinking, public statues and similar memorials are part of our history and heritage, and many of them are touch points for our country's lengthy history of our continuing struggles with progress and successes along the way in living up to our ideals of equality for all, including true racial equality. The history of our country takes place within the context of the time in which that history was made. Things that made sense centuries or even decades ago are no longer acceptable to many of us. And I'm not saying anything that people don't realize. Things actually seem to be happening faster and faster. But nonetheless, these actions and attitudes are part of our history, and thus are part of what makes us what we are today. Columbus may have arguably had more impact than any other single person on the development of our country, but history shows that he did terrible things to many other people. We should not forget either of these facts, nor that he was a person of his time. Just look at how far we have come since that time. The bad things that Columbus thought was acceptable at that time to do haven't been acceptable for many, many decades. I did not grow up in West Orange, but I know over the past few decades, the township has evolved into a very diverse community that includes people from all over the world, all religions, all incomes and wealth levels, which is one of the primary reasons I chose to raise my family here. Today, we live in a diverse community that includes people from all over the world, all religions, all incomes. And statues and memorials are also reminders that we are all flawed, and oftentimes each of us do good, a share of good and a share of not so good things. Together they make us who we are. We can celebrate the good things without forgetting the not so good things that reflect our humanity and collectively make us.
Oh, Councilman, did we lose you?
Nope, I hope not. Can you
Oh,
hear
there
me?
you are.
I'm sorry. I'm focused on trying to move our community forward in a positive direction. And I believe moments like this are opportunities for education, for sharing opinions and ideas, especially those deeply and sincerely held beliefs that others don't necessarily share, and vice versa. And for dialogue among neighbors, which could actually bring us closer together. I don't think it's impossible to find common good. The history of our country is that we always rise to the occasion to find compromise to handle serious conflict, in part by realizing that we all have much important in common. That's it. I also just wanted to talk a little bit about OSPAC because while I try not to bring it up, I feel obligated to respond when others
Councilman, I'm sorry that I'm not sure if you adjusted your computer, but we lost your sound.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm searching for the document that, here I go, I got it. If you just hear what went on this evening with the two speakers during public comment with OSPAC, you don't really get a good feel for what's going on. It's sort of a complicated subject, and it's been going on for quite a while. But I did want to address some things that the council president said and at the last council meeting, and which was referenced by Ms. Bennett when she called in earlier this evening. The council president at the last council meeting made comments that you said would put the issue of the investigation into the town's Oscar Schindler Performing Arts Center, quote, to rest, end quote. At the last council meeting, Ms. Anderson, who also called in tonight, who had some role at OSPAC for multiple years, that's now in dispute, but is now the subject of an investigation by the county prosecutor's office. And you just heard confirmation of it again tonight from, I believe, Mr. Kaiser. No, I'm sorry, Chief, was it Mr. Kaiser or Chief Abbott? One of them.
Chief Abbott.
Yes. Ms. Anderson accused me of, among several issues, that I've been inaccurate in my previous comments about what happened at OSPAC and the investigation. We as a council have previously discussed this investigation several times. The investigation started out by the town and then was moved to the county prosecutor. At the last council meeting, I had read a portion of a 2013 news release issued by New Jersey Arts Incubator on October 15, 2013, announcing, quote, New Jersey Arts Incubator at OSPAC has named Andrea Susan Anderson as its new executive director, effective October 8th. The council president said at the last meeting that Ms. Anderson was not executive director of OSPAC. Although you said, council president, director, and perhaps mistakenly because the news release said the title was executive director at the last council meeting. So if Ms. Anderson was not the executive director of New Jersey Arts Incubator at OSPAC, since you say it wasn't Ms. Anderson, well, who was it? Then you said, quote, with the county, people can file investigations. I wanted to get some information on this to put this to rest once and for all, end quote. Then you said, quote, anybody can file an investigation, end quote. I think you misspoke again. I think you mean anyone can make a complaint, because the prosecutor's office can choose to investigate a complaint and can then decide if they want to prosecute. That's how it works.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody cannot file an investigation. Then you said, quote, right now, no one's been interviewed. No one's gotten a call, end quote. How do you know that? Who would know that besides the ones running the investigation? And why exactly would they tell you that? And since you claim so much knowledge of the investigation, who exactly were the people who contacted me about what they said was the investigation and interviewed me in the county prosecutor's office? Are you saying that I'm mistaken or lying? Are you saying Ms. Bennett is lying? Are you saying you know that no one from the prosecutor's office has interviewed anyone else from the town? And who exactly is your source? Because that's not been my experience. Did your source, as you said, call the investigation frivolous? How exactly can a prosecutor's investigation be frivolous? What does that even mean?
They're not talking about the investigation. They're talking about all of.
Finally, I'd point out that I'm not bringing up the investigation at council meetings. I'm only responding to people who appear to be trying to dismiss the seriousness of the investigation and to dismiss the facts that I speak about in response. And in answer to the question that Ms. Bennett raised, when this all started out was roughly the same timeline that we were seeking to get a new operator of OSPAC after NJAI, and I'm still not clear what happened to NJAI, but somewhere between the time that NJAI was operating OSPAC and we got a new vendor. And I just want to continue to say the new vendor has absolutely nothing, no involvement in this investigation whatsoever. And I also want to reiterate that Ms. Anderson is completely innocent until proven guilty. No question. But I brought up the question of, shouldn't we as a council figure out what went wrong with OSPAC before we put together legislation, either bringing in a new vendor or create the ordinance and oversight board that was spearheaded by Councilwoman Matute Brown? And the answer was, we can't do that because there's an investigation going on. So if indeed the investigation is over, I certainly think that the council should consider starting an investigation to find out what actually went wrong over there, so that we can fix that going forward. And I know I've talked a long time, as I'll stop now, but I do want to say that I really appreciate the questions and interest in food pantries and food banks. Just want to remind everybody that here in West Orange, Holy Trinity runs a regular food bank that serves a heck of a lot of people. The Dangler family has put together I think they delivered just a ton of food today to Holy Trinity. I think that was scheduled. I don't know whether it actually happened. And I also know the Knights of Columbus have just written them a check for $1,000. So if anybody would like to help, or if anybody needs help, please consider Holy Trinity. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Matute Brown.
Thank you, Council President. I know we've been in public session for quite some time, but I appreciate your patience and that of everyone who is still on listening and participating. I guess I will start off with where Council Kukorbiak left off with respect to the OSPAC issue. I have always, since I joined the town council, been made aware that this was a matter that was under investigation. I understand that it is not within our wheel well or authority to do an investigation. The review board, the board for OSPAC was put in place so that we can start to look at the bylaws and the ordinance itself, the lease, the vendor service provider agreement, and figure out what not to do. I think that that is a participatory process. It will be a public process, and I am quite confident that understanding on the surface level what happened, that we will take all of the precautions that we can to assure that it does not happen again. Until that time, I do feel that we are accountable to the public in as much as we are waiting for the results of the Essex County prosecutor's investigation. And I will echo what Attorney Ken Kaiser said, as well as Chief Abbott. We do not receive updates from the prosecutor's office. And I would say that while the statement was made that Ms. Anderson is innocent until proven guilty, it doesn't feel that way when we continuously bring this up. It is a matter that is under investigation, and I, this council person, will wait for the proper authorities to make that determination before I make any further comments on that. I am quite disturbed that this has become a forum for personal attacks, as well as I do not appreciate them. Perhaps, Council President, we can, at the beginning and opening of every town council meeting, remind the public of the expectation of the demeanor in town council meetings. I think we've exhausted this topic, so I will move on. And with respect to the fireworks, to everyone who mentioned them, I am on Corwell Circle, right at the Mayapple Cherry Hill area, and they go off all of the time. It is incredibly disturbing, to say the least. I have a personal preference to, so sorry about that, personal preference to spend some relaxing time on my hammock. Unfortunately, these last couple of weeks, I have not been able to do that because the noise is so deafening at times. But I do appreciate to hear Chief Abbott's response with respect to trying to work in collaboration with the Sheriff's Department as well as Orange to try to minimize these events and occurrences. And we'll echo also, Council President, if you hear them, that boom, which is not a firecracker, call the police department. And it is also incredibly taxing on our police department to respond to all of these calls. But I think that if we, do practice the good neighbor policy and knock on our neighbor's door, whether it's their teenage kids or, an adult in the house, we ask them to stop. If they do not stop, then I think the only alternative is to call the police department at that point. So I do hear you and I feel your pain, I promise. With respect to the food distribution, and I'm so sorry, I am looking for the gentleman's name who called in. I had not thought about that, the kosher distribution of meals, and I apologize for not having thought about that, but thank you for bringing it up. It certainly opens up my perspective when reaching out to Tony's Kitchen in Montclair. They've been very helpful in helping coordinate the additional food drop at the Board of Ed on Fridays for about 250 families. I will ask if they do participate in any kosher food, so we can make sure we're accessing as much support and community services that we can. And I'm so sorry, I misplaced your name in all of my notes here, but I hope you know. Oh, Mr. Barry, Dylan Kramer. Let's see what else that I wanted to address before I address the issue and support regarding our employee, Ms. Janice Gary Adams. I think that is it. I do want to say first to Ms. Davis, Ms. Abdul Qadir, Ms. Fields, Mr. Cherry, Ms. Washington, Ms. Robinson, Ms. Wallace Johnson, and to all of the other residents who called, who emailed, who texted, your support, I hear you. I was one of the council members who took the position of not granting any special requests because I understand, looking back at last year's increase of 8.5%, looking forward to this year's increase of about 2.2%, of our taxes. And then also understanding that, according to our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Gross, that our next budget will be quite challenging. I understood as well in making that decision that all of those special requests from the mayor were in addition to the union contracted raises of shy of 3%, and for many, longevity. However, that notwithstanding, I am also concerned, and I shared my concern in my request to our Chief Financial Officer late last night in an email requesting whether or not our township has done an Equal Pay Act analysis. And if we have not, we need to. And I also requested a list of all of our employees by demographic, department, title, responsibility, and salary, because I think it is something that we must address. Should there be a determination after an analysis is done that we must bring Janice Gary Adams and close that disparity, I am not opposed to doing that. So I've made those requests from our Chief Financial Officer. Whether a study has been done or not, I think we're due one. So I look forward to continuing that dialogue and making sure that we close any pay disparities that exist amongst our employees. And so please know that I hear you and I support the effort in closing that pay disparity. Also just wanted to thank Mr. Puglisi for always coming out to keep us informed. I think that the Essex County's donation of $10 million for Essex County businesses is a great effort to help everyone here in Essex County get back on track. So I'm very excited to hear about that, and I'm hopeful that our residents, particularly our business owners here in West Orange, take advantage of making an application. I'm sure that Mr. Puglisi will be more than happy to avail any direction that's needed in this process to move forward. One of the last things, I'm sorry, because I just saw one last note with respect to there's no rhyme or reason, I would say, really, and I'm getting this, and that's not the word, I won't quote them, but last year, this was brought to council's attention as well, and I will own that. During our last budget hearing, our Citizens Advisory Board, the Budget Advisory Board, did make reference to the fact that there was a concern about the way raises are distributed and granted. So I think that, and I will forward that along, I will also share that. What it said was Chairman Pettigrew also questioned the decision process. Mayor Parisi responded it was within his discretion to request raises and that Township Council had the right to approve or disapprove. Apparently, there is no process. So it is something that we absolutely have to circle back to and address as well. Not just to close the pay disparity, but also to make sure that there is a process where no one feels or is discriminated against, whether it be by gender or race, creed, or religion. And I will end there. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman McCartney.
Thank you, Council President. I wanted to start with a thank you to you, following up with the fire chief on the fire pits, because that has been an issue. I spoke to the chief also, concerned about safety. This goes hand in hand with being a good neighbor and just being well aware of safety and respect for our neighbors. As we speak, I'm sitting by my back door. I do hear fireworks right now. They go on till 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. And as the chief says, you really can't pinpoint the surface area. This again goes back to when I think of the neighborhood watch. If you are close to that, that would sure help the police investigate and follow up on the surface of to be determined where the fireworks are being launched. So thank you for that. I wanted to thank Anthony Puglisi on the food distribution last week. It really was very efficient. I also appreciate, I felt so sorry that there was still a line of cars when Mr. Daddle Kramer mentioned that he was the number 4,000. You know, he may well have been. There were so many cars that went from the town pool area, Colgate, all the way down Main Street to Park Avenue, up Park Avenue. I was pleased to find out that the mayor took the names of people that were in the walk-up line when the boxes in that line were completed, and making an effort to get food to the people that didn't get any. And just Anthony for being so accommodating, even now with the comments made about kosher. I know in the Orator on Pleasant Valley Way, they have been doing a food drive there as well. So I know it can be done. Looking for a location. You're welcome to use my parking lot there at 270 Pleasant Valley Way. Thank you. I wanted to also mention the relationship between Deputy Mayor Rudolfo Rodriguez and St. Barnabas Community Outreach Coordinator Margie Heller for choosing Colgate for the county food distribution. It has worked out very well and certainly helps our residents and all in the county. I too made categories here on the comments. I did not see the email about the Christopher Columbus statue, and I'm sorry that I did not. I can go back and look or just respond to Mr. Scordo right now, saying that I have been as an educator, listening, reading, researching, listening to our youth caucus. And I mean, who am I to paraphrase Maya Angelou? but when she says that we do the best we can until we know better, then when we know better, we have to do better. And I feel like that's where we are. I did grow up on Hazel Avenue. I did know the Dorys and the statue and Munchies, and that was our turf at that time. No one has any right to deface any property. I don't agree with that, but I do believe that we do have to wake up and now that we know better, not lionize people that have been. If we want to continue to commemorate, if it's Italians or whatever the nationality is, find someone that can be lionized. The chief, I wanted to thank the chief because I know on the onset of the discussions about the Civilian Review Board, the chief was one of the first to say that he would put something like that together. So, you know, now that we're hearing about the curriculum and training, I know people have already reached out interested in serving on that board. So thank you, Chief, for that. And to everyone that spoke tonight about Janice, singling Janice out, I did not. I have to start between the comments that were made and the emails received. I've responded to everyone that I've received so far. Janice's quality of job performance, her level of service, her job responsibilities have never been in question. I did not see this vote as a disparity. I certainly did not see it as a gender or racial inequity. I really saw special salary increases as I knew I was voting no on special salary increases. And it was not just for zoning, it was in the IT department, the health department, and the purchasing department. So no one was singled out. I commend all of our employees for the work that they do. It was just bearing in mind, balancing. I guess I don't want to say I speak for my colleagues, but I think every time we get a budget to review, we always aim to how can we get as close to zero as possible. And in this particular case, I was bearing in mind that there are quite a few residents that are still out of work and not receiving any income. So that was a delicate balance, and which is why I had decided that I was not going to approve any special salary increase, particularly at that 10,000 and above level. I think that is all the comments through my notes. I wanted to say thank you to the Human Relations Commission. All of those questions we have raised with our business administrator and our chief financial officer. I did not write all of that down. I hope you did send it in an email because it does create a template for us to review each budget on either evaluations, job performances, and a clear range of salary requests for increases. So thank you for that. And thank you all for reaching out.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Guarino, we didn't forget about you.
Thank you, Council President, and appreciate the pass around. Just to talk, I have the letter that went from Mr. Trank to Mr. Scordo about the monument. It was on June 18th. It was sent out, explaining all the different points that Mr. Kaiser brought out. I had the pleasure of talking to Mr. Scordo a week or so ago about the monument. You know, I made my comments how I felt that, you know, if Columbus did, you know, he did those bad things and we have a different image, then okay, fine. But it was done by the Valley Civic Association. It was done by people who lived in the area. I, you know, spoke to the members and the leaders of Unico, you know, Mr. Ken Broderick, who's the president, and there's a potential they can say, fine, they don't want it here. they'll take it to their headquarters in Fairfield. And that would be a nice gesture. But I believe that, you know, if we put something there, it would be nice to make another presentation of Italian Americans who made a positive contribution, not only to West Orange, but to society in its whole. And that's what I'd like to see. Okay, we can learn from our mistakes, and we can learn from what other people's mistakes did. We can't forget what the bad things that happened, because then we don't make them again. But it's not being, look, I'm an American of Italian descent, and I grew up, you know, with the Italian, you know, image of Christopher Columbus. But as you get older and you age and you mature, you learn, but you get to accept other people's beliefs, and you get to be considerate of other people's feelings. And if something is making them very uncomfortable and not feeling inclusive, then you have to think of other ways of celebrating, you know, our identity. And I believe if the monument has to go, then fine, but it should be replaced. And I've gotten a lot of responses from people in West Orange on Facebook and an email saying of Italian Americans, not only in West Orange, but throughout the country, who made sacrifices, and they would be, you know, great ways of representing the Italian American community. The fireworks, I gotta tell you something, the fireworks, you know, the same area, it's like, and you hear them all the time. I think people sometimes, since Rock Spring Country Club doesn't have the fireworks anymore, these people are making up for it. But you have to understand, and from, you know, my talks with the fire department and fire experience, is that what people understand with this dry weather, and you have fireworks and they're going off and they're exploding, and you have ambers coming out of those fireworks, people's roofs can catch on fire very, very easily. So from a little bit of enjoyment, not being considerate of your neighbors, you could set somebody's house on fire. So people need to be a little bit more considerate and not use them. And especially at night, especially with children, it's something to really do. And I thank the police department for doing as best they can. And residents, don't go on Facebook and saying, oh, I'm hearing fireworks. If you're hearing fireworks, you want to make a complaint, pick up the phone and call the police department or text the police department. Don't just go back and forth on Facebook, because it's not doing you any good. You know, thank you to Mr. Puglisi for all your input. You know, I'm sorry I wasn't able to make, you know, because I had to work that day, but I would like to have been there. But we thank the county for what they do, and I'm sure you'll address the issue with kosher food, because it is important. And I also thank you for bringing out the things of making food available for people, one, who are homebound or people who don't have cars and can't drive up. From times when I saw a couple of sites where people came with strollers, but they couldn't be served because they didn't have a car. So we thank the county for that. Also, what I'd like to ask Mr. Puglisi to do is, based upon my conversations with Freeholder Pat Siebold about paving issues, if you can just back to us just to verify when Main Street and Gregory Avenue will be resurfaced this coming year. We'd really appreciate that. And, you know, and thank you for all the other safety improvements that the county has worked with us on. In consideration for OSPEC, OSPEC is OSPEC, and we're going to keep beating something to death and everything else and accusing this person and that person. Unless we get something in writing and something legal, we're not lawyers. We have a legal staff to tell us. But I'd like to know if nothing was found and it was done, then fine. Please let the council know. It gives us a comfort level that we're getting the information that we need, and that I would appreciate. To go forward too is that, you know, at the budget hearings, and my feeling going in that meeting is that I was not, and I told my, you know, self that, you know, special increases, look around, everybody needs to look around. How many people do you think are going to be out of work this year? How many people in this community are going to lose their jobs? How many people are not going to be able to afford their taxes? How many people are not going to be able to send their kids to college because they've lost their jobs? And that's the way I looked at it. People do good jobs, our employees do good jobs, but when it comes to significant special requests, I have to think and say, you know, my neighbor just lost their job. My neighbor has to put their house on the market. You have a job, okay? And that's the way I looked at it, looking at the budget impact, next year's impact with the additional increases. That's how I went into the budget meeting. No personal aspects, no issues of who they were, sex, race, or gender, whatever. I went in and I looked at it, and that's why I voted no for any special increases. But to Councilwoman Matute Brown's comment too, of what we requested at those meetings from the administration, our analysis based upon payroll scales, you know, job responsibilities, back and forth. Unless we have the true picture and unless you have a perfect analysis, you really can't make an evaluation. So maybe when we get the information, that would be very helpful. Maybe we revisit these issues. Ms. Adams needs to get, Janice Gary Adams needs to be complimented for the consideration that the residents of this township to take the time and the effort to send emails, to come here today's meeting and talk about the praise they feel and the confidence they feel. The work she does is commendable. And I have no less respect or confidence in Ms. Gary Adams on her work. The decision was made based upon in total. But if we need to look about just to concern what we look at, once we have the right information and analysis, then you can make even a decision on raises going forward. Maybe you can make, you know, an adjustment. You know, those are the things we need to look at. But you know, it's not an easy thing. We know these people. It's not like they're strangers. We know all our town employees. We're very concerned about our town employees, and we don't want to see any of our town employees, you know, lose their jobs or take any disadvantage. But you also have to look back at the township as a whole. And like I said, I know people going around talking to people, how many people from COVID are going to lose their jobs. So what do I tell them? That's my answer. And you know, it's things that you have to look at. You can be emotional, but you can't take things personal, and you can't make accusations that are not fully justified. If you want to make an accusation, prove it, and that's it. And Council President, that's all I want to say. If everybody's been talking, I have great respect for my colleagues who all spoke from the heart tonight and meant what they say and the suggestions. And when it comes to the police department and civilian review board, I'm really excited that the chief will get back to us on how they will decide how to move forward. It will be very interesting. And of course, we need to have our youth involved because it impacts them. And these are the future leaders of West Orange, and they need to have an opinion and a voice and input, and it gives them an education because they're not hearing it secondhand when they see the actual things occurring, the actual processes and procedures and the limitations. It gives them a better scope of what needs to be done. And so I just want to thank my council president and my council colleagues.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, a lot to unpack here this evening. I appreciate the administration's comments earlier to some of the answers to the residents. I'm going to start off with, and I'm going to keep it short, with this issue between you know, the councilman and OSPAC. So I'm glad to hear this evening, Councilman Kukoviac, that you are actually stating that Ms. Anderson is innocent until proven guilty, because the tone at the last meeting made me get passionate and misspeak in regards to investigations. I don't have an inside track. This isn't a big conspiracy. Once again, this is simply that this has been going on for 2 years. We have not heard anything back from the county, and going back to the chief's remarks, we will not hear back. So if there's no there, we're not going to hear back. So again, I'm going to take advice from my Councilwoman Matute Brown. I'm not going to comment until we hear back, but there's been nothing for 2 years. As far as there was a comment made earlier, have we investigated? Well, yeah, where do you think I ask questions? I always ask questions. And so people I ask questions for who served on that board or some people around, if anybody has information and they want to share with me, thank you, Ms. Bennett, you did send me information. But, you know, people have not been contacted. So I'm not sure if you're being contacted because you actually file reports, or if you're being contacted. So I'm not calling anybody. I'm not going to question what you're saying. I'm just saying that we don't have anything back. In the meantime, I was just warning my colleague because you shouldn't accuse someone. So that's all I'm going to say about that. And public comment. I go over this with Mr. Kaiser all the time, and I ask him to jump in if someone is inappropriately speaking, because I have stopped tonight. I stopped Ms. Anderson. I've spoken to her after the last meeting as well, because I don't want this to be served back and forth in this public venue. But it's the public's right. So I can't take rights, First Amendment rights away from the public. They do get 5 minutes. I sat here numerous times with people saying negative things about myself, and that's part of my job. But just so the public knows, you know, Mr. Kaiser will jump in at any given time if it runs the course of being an appropriate First Amendment speech. So with that, I am going to move to the next subject. That we have a lot of passionate subjects this evening. Mr. Sordo, again, I apologize because I didn't call you back, but I've been conversing back and forth with Unico since this issue first arose. Again, my roots go back here in West Orange. My father-in-law actually a good friend of Mr. Dory, and he had owned part of the pizzeria when it turned into a pizzeria years ago. So well aware of the area. You know, the issue with Columbus, a lot of negative, negative remarks with Columbus. I've been to Unico, and we've had some teachings there. We've had the teacher from Seton Hall Prep debating some of these information on Columbus, and I think it's very good debate. I'm very educational. I concur with Councilwoman McCartney's remarks. We don't know till we know, and what we know. So with that, I've been working with someone in our community, and hopefully with Unico that we could get some of our residents to speak with Unico and have a good conversation. I would not want to move the monument until conversations happen. Again, you know, this is the mayor's decision, and he has the right to do so. Let me take a step back. So the monument means a lot of things to a lot of different people. The people in the neighborhood, and I want to make a comparison. Years ago, I was very heavily involved in the Eagle Rock Civic Association. So anyone in the Eagle Rock area, we worked really hard, and to commemorate the civic organization, there's a big eagle that sits across from Nicholas Anthony's restaurant in front of Lady of the Lord's Church. And that was representative of the civic organization that worked so hard to keep the neighbors safe, the neighborhood safe. And this monument that sits in the valley commemorates the people that worked really hard back then in the 90s. I mean, back in the 90s, how can I put it? There was a lot of stress in our communities, and our neighbors went out. They worked really hard to make sure that these neighborhood watches strengthened the community. Also, when you talk about Columbus, to a lot of Italian Americans, it's more about the plight of the Italian immigrants that came to this country in the 19th century. And in that neighborhood, our history are immigrants that worked in the hat factory and the Edison Battery building. So there's a lot of history and a lot of teachings and a lot of conversations that I hope would be had. And to talk, and with the monument, if it's moved, I like to, and I've talked to Mr. Fagan, I like to even start a campaign to fundraise for a historical marker to tell the history. And that's what the marker campaigns are all about. They tell a story. And we have markers along Main Street to tell the stories of many of our residents. We have the Anna Easter Brown marker, was the first marker that was installed. Thank you to Miss Williams and her sorority in front of the West Orange Public Library. So a lot of conversations could be had. I thank Salam for coming on this evening, because I think it's important that also people hear from the children of West Orange that are here now, that have feelings of pain, and I think it's important that we hear from everyone. So I'm going to keep promoting conversations, especially in regards to this, and hopefully we'll move forward being respectful of everyone's feelings, because that monument, the conversations I had with many people that still do live in the neighborhood, they may be older, but they felt disrespected. They felt like a piece of their heart was ripped out. And I think we have to be mindful of that too as we move forward discussing such controversial subjects. So that brings us next on the list to Budget Day, and my favorite part of Budget Day, discussing special salary requests. So this isn't the first year that we've had hurt feelings by staff. And this job is all about a balance. This job is about not only protecting our residents or taxpayers, but also, you know, respecting our staff and our employees and the way we treat them. COVID for the past 3 months has been brutal, and we've had our employees go above and beyond. Budget cuts from the past few years have been brutal. From a few years ago, rising healthcare costs. We've been retirees. We have people retiring, and administration has not replaced them. And that has forced more job responsibilities amongst the staff. So again, we saw the senior citizen department when I first came on the council. The senior citizen department was in I would say not bad shape, but they were having issues because there wasn't enough hands there to do the jobs because of retirements and just the piecemeal of stipends. And again, this is no reflection on my colleagues from years past or the administration. It's just hard when you have these budget cuts and how you try to piecemeal it all together. And because of a grant, we were able to fix that and move that department forward. And we haven't this year for a long time have not have any complaints because we were able to bring that department back up to its functioning. Health department, the zoning, property maintenance, all receiving cuts the past few years. And we do ask the questions. You may not have seen that on Saturday's meeting because some certain questions we would need to raise to staff and to go into executive session, which myself as the council president, I had wanted to, and then we didn't do it. I wish we did. Because the conversation when you're on these Zoom meetings, and that's why I was trying to keep it at 4 hours, because anything over 4 hours, everybody gets punchy. People get emotional, and sometimes hurtful comments are made, and who gets the brunt of that? But our employees feeling unappreciated. And believe me, I know our colleagues, I know the administration is very appreciative, but again, these Zoom meetings, I can't wait till we go back into public, because I just think we have better conversations and we're made to understand each other better. I think a lot is lost on these Zoom meetings, and a lot of comments are misinterpreted. So I think we get more, we desensitize when we're dealing with just the computer. So with all that being said, keeping with the balance, I know myself going into this, and I hear my colleagues and I hear our residents in regards to, not issuing any raises this year. Again, everyone does get a raise, so this is different from a special salary request. Everyone on the list did get almost 3% raise. Directors on the list do not get compensated for any overtime, and they also don't get compensated for time and a half. Some of our officials do. They get compensated for time and a half back in comp time, not in pay, but in comp time, which could be moved forward to retirement. With all that being said, I mean, that's basically the generics of this. Anything else would need to be said in regards to job performance and asking deep questions as a group in executive session, which I've been working with Mr. Kaiser, may still happen before the next meeting. Because I don't like the feeling of inequities. I personally work with Miss Adams on a lot of these projects. She killed herself last week with getting our restaurants open, as did a lot of other employees. So I have a personal stake in this, and seeing the balance and with our employees. I did make motions that did not get seconds on some of our staff members to, if not give the 10,000, but to whether we wanted to give an extra 2%, whether we wanted to give an extra $5,000 or do it $2,500, but trying to bring these requests that the mayor and the administration, now grant you, the mayor and the administration had approved this analysis chart for us. In fairness to my colleagues, this chart was done in February 2020, before COVID. And we had asked the administration numerous times if they wanted to review it because of the financial situation and loss of revenue, if they wanted to review it and make any adjustments, because they're the ones that work day to day with the staff, not us. And they wanted to go with this budget. If you were on the call, you would have heard in the beginning of the call, I clearly stated to Mr. Gross, are we able to fund this budget if we move forward? And he felt confident that we could. We did have some retirements that may not be replacements. The money that we found, that we all agreed upon, was about $156,000, maybe a little less than that, which equates to about a tax savings of $9.35 to the public. In regards to the money that we did approve, because there were promotions on there that for a keyboarding clerk 1, 3, and 1 again. We had some of the salary adjustments were to bring part-time staff up to minimum wage because, that's going to be mandated. We had a revamping of public works where we all know Mr. I don't want to say his name, our engineer, township engineer, who wears multiple hats. Some of his responsibilities were shifted to our other department heads in public works, so that that a department has been reorganized. We were able to get organizational charts this year to work off of, which was extremely helpful. And I think because of these organizational charts, I don't blame Miss Gary Adams for feeling that her adjustment should have been warranted, just looking at the charts, because it gives us a clearer picture of what we're looking at in regards to job performances. So again, a lot to unpack, can only say so much because of personnel and getting into, we don't want to get into performance and whatnot. Also, in the request that we approved a omnibus driver for the jitney service to go from part-time to full-time. We try to work with the school board to get drivers there. That did not happen. And last spring, we at Roosevelt Middle School, we got beat up pretty well by the community because drivers, if they were sick, jitney was getting canceled for the day. You can't have that when you're commuting to work. So it was important that we approved that to a full-time position. And we also, one of our healthcare nurses, we promoted and not promoted, went from full-time to part-time to full-time. And especially with this COVID crisis that we've been dealing with. So with all that being said and done, we're not done with the budget. it's not going to be just approved tonight. It's going to be read in tonight, and we have next month before we adopt it, and we will have a budget hearing. These conversations, again, on performance and getting up to speed on some of the comments that were made tonight, would either have to be done in executive session, and rising the employees, which I'm in favor of, to continue the conversation, are done separately with two of us at a time sitting with administration, which I may also set up if that's easier, because I would like to sit down in person to person with some of our administration to go over a few things. Like I said, things get lost on these Zoom meetings. I guess that's it. I feel really bad. I really, really feel bad that Ms. Gary Adams, and not just her, our other staff members too that were denied because they feel the need for their adjustments as well. And, you know, I'm going to continue the conversation. Like I said, for some of these, I put in a motion, not that mainly because I think there needs to be a balance for some of these dollar amounts. I know we're seeing very tough, stressful times to our community, but we do have retirements, and we spread out the work. And where people are fortunate to have a job with the township, we also have to be mindful of workloads as well. So with that, I just want to double check to make sure. I think we covered everything. Very passionate evening. I just want to thank all the speakers for either calling in or staying on the call tonight. Herbie Cherry, I hope, hello, is this same guy that played football with my son? It was great hearing your voice, if it is, and hope you and your family are doing well. And again, very passionate comments tonight. We really, really appreciate it. We know if anybody could say one thing about our town, we are a very caring community. And the one comment I do want, Kashan, new resident to town, I know there's a lot of passionate talk and feeling, and we're going to get through this as a community. We're a very strong community. And our strength is our diversity. And I know the school district had a lot of comments last night, and they have some layoffs, which I know are hurtful to the community. And again, personnel is very tough. And, our community will work towards these issues. And, don't be discouraged. So, with that being said, I am going to turn it over to Madam Clerk so we could get to conference agenda. Thank you, folks, for tuning in tonight.
Okay, we're going to review the consent agenda, approval of minutes of previous meeting, public meeting, June 9th, 2020.
Consent.
Report of township officers, none. Reading of petitions and communications and bids, none. Bills, are there any questions on the bills?
Consent.
Resolutions, are any resolutions being pulled this evening?
Okay, so just going to ask the administration to comment on a few items. So the first one, if the administration could just give us a little detail on 128-20 for Pleasant Valley Way parking lot reconstruction. Is that the back wall of the parking lot, I understand?
Parking lot, it's parking lot and that wall is included.
Okay. Now, this is the one when we call it Pleasant. That's not over by TD Bank. This is the new municipal lot that we bought from Exxon a couple years ago.
The one across, it's like.
This is across. This is across from the bank.
Yeah, across from the bank. Okay, and how old is that wall? I'm just curious.
Ancient.
So, funny story. Growing up, that wall was, I believe, installed by my father. That was his lot in the back of Exxon years ago. There was a fence lot, and we had lived in a house on Pleasant Valley Way. That was across the street from Burger King, and I'm thinking that can't be the same wall. If you're saying ancient, this was going back 50 years ago. So, wow. All right, does anyone have any questions on that project or want it pulled, item C?
I have a question, Council President.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Thank you. Mr. Gross, was when we initially had the bid for the construction of the project, was the wall included in the initial project?
Yes, from the beginning.
It wasn't included. So there are funds already allocated for this
This is a capital project from last year.
from 2019 budget. So the funds are allocated. Okay. That was the question I had with respect to that one. Thank you.
Okay, and I just want to read down the list for Resolution 129. These are streets that are due to be paved. We have Whittingham Place, Rollison Street, Northfield Avenue to Mitchell Street, Longview Street, Randolph Place, Marion Drive, Westminster Terrace, Devonshire Terrace, Cheshire Terrace, Nottingham Road. I know that that neighborhood's been waiting a really long time to get paved, so I'm glad the utility work is finally done for them. Lindsley Avenue, Condon Terrace, Hutton Avenue, Wellington Avenue, and Rollison Street, Wellington Avenue to South Valley Road. I just wanted to identify that for the public. Do any of my colleagues have any questions on that resolution?
Council President, I had a question about 12820, the Pleasant Valley Way parking lot.
Sure, go ahead.
No, sorry, okay, I just want to find out, are they replacing the parking meters or the parking meters coming out?
I do not suspect that they will be replaced.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's not part of this bid,
okay.
my knowledge.
Council President, for 129, same question with respect to the allocation of these funds. From what capital budget?
Go ahead, Mr. Gross.
I'm sorry, it's awful small. Which one is 29?
129, the resurfacing of the 11 streets. What capital budget is that from?
From last year's and the year before.
Thank you.
Okay, and then the next project, Resolution 130, Old Indian Road to North Edgewood Avenue, Cefelli and Sons General Contracting. Does any of my colleagues have a question on that one?
Council President, I do.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Thank you. In speaking to some residents in that area, my sister is also in that area, and I have a couple of friends in that same, on Old Indian Road. The concern where Old Indian Road comes down towards Rutgers, I don't know what that first street is. However, there is a curve that goes around. Has there been any reports of accidents or a study with respect to the potential dangers of that curve? And are we considering any speed tables in that area?
I'll defer to Mr. Lepore on that question. He would be more intimately aware of those considerations.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I have a question, Council President, I have a question on this exact bid.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to know why, and I'm guessing this is going to go to Mr. Lepore, why wasn't this done when we originally done Old Indian Road for this past year?
Yeah, I wouldn't know specifically why. Oftentimes there's some logistical issue that they won't want to hold up the whole job for, especially if they know they're coming back. These jobs, they're all pretty good size, so it's not as if there comes a point in time where just because you get bigger doesn't mean it gets cheaper. So sometimes you make a decision based on the logistics of the situation.
Okay, and the question is, what funding is this coming out of? What fiscal years?
Believe these are all a combination of last year and year before.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you,
Small
Council
amount,
President.
it's carryover from the previous year and last year's allocation.
Thank you, Mr. Gross.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. And then Resolution 131.
Actually, I'm sorry, Councilman Krokoviac actually has his hand up.
Oh, sorry, Councilman. You're not on my screen, so I didn't see you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was wondering if there's something that I should be doing to get your attention, but I don't think we have the little hand icon.
Yeah, just let Laura know, and she'll.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I see when your hand's raised. That's good.
Okay, great, thank you. Just very briefly, I think I raised this at the Saturday budget hearing, which was the issue of what projects we could potentially put off in order to be a little bit more fiscally conservative going forward. And I asked on some of these projects whether there were any projects that we could put off on without, hurting the town. What would be the implications of putting them off? And the real issue is, for me, is not what debt that would be used to fund these is authorized, but what debt would we have to borrow at this point in order to do any of these projects? You see what I'm saying? Because we borrowed this year for a project, you have to start paying interest next year. So, Mr. Gross?
Look, we certainly have some reserve in the account, but pretty much, if we're doing projects, we're using borrowed money. Whether I'm borrowing it next week or I bought it, for a new bond that we haven't done yet, or we bought it, 2 months ago for a previous issue. So for certain, the good news is, we're right now we're talking historically low interest rates still. So the interest rate is certainly advantageous. Having said that, I understand your question. However, the administration believes that these are important projects for the community and are requesting, obviously, because we put them on the agenda, that the council move forward with them. Council can choose not to do any of these projects. And of course, the ramification of that is that whatever the conditions of the roadways or the circumstances are going to continue as they are now, whether it be drainage or potholes or whatever the conditions are. It's really, we don't recommend you do that, but it is a choice you have.
Right, and I just wanted to mention this because of the obvious ramifications for next year. We're already looking, who knows how much we're going to wind up borrowing this year. Maybe if we're lucky, it's 5 million, but it could be a lot more. And that will start raising our interest costs next year. And I agree with you, interest rates are low, but they're still interest rates and they're still going to cost us.
No doubt about it. I mean,
and particularly if things don't get better and we wind up borrowing a whole lot more than $5 million. But it looks like from what Mr. Lepore was saying is that none of these projects can be put off without further detriment. In other words, as you were saying, the roads are going to keep getting worse.
Exactly.
The parking lot on Pleasant Valley Way, if we don't do that project, we're going to have to close it because of safety concerns. And I know you're working on I think a broader capital budget, and we'll get that information. But I just wanted to flag these because once we approve them tonight, they'll be moving forward, and we'll sort of be looking at them in the past. And I just wanted to throw that out to everybody. If there was any interest in considering pushing back any of these projects among my colleagues, because I obviously can't do it myself. If there is interest, we can talk about it. If not, we can move on. So I just wanted to flag it.
The other, if I can just say one thing, the other issue is we've been promising to do these streets for the last 2 years, and that's why we're moving ahead with doing them now, because the citizens want them done. The residents want them done.
Yeah, I've got multiple phone calls from quite a few of those streets.
Absolutely.
I mean, this isn't, they're like way over the schedule. And just so the public knows, with the scheduling of these projects are so many years. Mr. Lepore tries to stay within 10 to 12. Usually they go about 15 years before a street gets paved. And I think some of these streets there could be 15 plus, because public service was called in throughout the township. That's the other problem too we have, Councilman. You know, public service has been digging up our streets, so has the water company with their infrastructure. So, I mean, they're pretty, once those two utility companies come through, the roadways are pretty beat up, and they're even worse situation. So I think we're going to have to leave it to Mr. Lepore's judgment. I think he knows we want to be conservative moving forward, and we'll have that talk about when we do discuss our capital budget. I spoke with him at length yesterday, and I had asked him, I want to see pictures of what was done and a list of the projects from 2019, and pictures and a list of the projects, what he wants to get done for 2020. So I think it's better to have visuals so we know, what the situations are, and we could see, but we're going to have to rely on his judgment as our township engineer.
Council President, may
Yes,
I interject? May I
Yes,
interject?
Councilman.
The important thing of street improvements and repaving and resurfacing all come into pedestrian safety, because if the roadways are not in good shape, if the roadways have a lot of failures, more accidents do happen. And that's the key. It's not just looking nice and riding nice, but when streets and pavement, according to our traffic engineers on pedestrian safety, these cause additional accidents. They cause cars to swerve, they cause braking issues. So it's something to keep in consideration, that these are things that need to be done, and particularly in streets that are in severely, in decaying and depreciating status. Thank you, Council President.
Council President, I want to just add, just for the benefit of the public, that some of the things that are being repaired on these 11 streets are really impact the safety of pedestrians, ADA accessible ramps at intersections,
Yeah.
New drainage facilities on several streets to reduce icing. It is something that I think that the longer we wait to focus on infrastructure, the bigger the problem becomes. So while I understand Councilman Kukoviac, and I would love to say, no, let's not spend any money. However, I think that for me, a priority is the safety of our residents, as well as making sure that we are investing in our infrastructure so that down the road, we're not looking at a bigger problem.
Right. And if I may add one more last thing to support what Councilwoman Matu Brown just said, as we're complete streets and part of our master plan includes complete streets, these are requirements. ADA, accessibility, and icing are all part of, complete streets. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. I know I skipped over 126, which was a grant. And the reason why I'm going, I usually don't do this, but I know there was a lot of questions on all these, so that's why I'm taking it this way, to get the questions and also to educate the public. But I don't know if anyone had questions on for the grant for item 126. I'm just going to double back.
Council President, I did.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Just wanted to understand, was this a matching grant? So whatever we receive, or is the township going to be responsible for additional funds?
There's almost always
additional.
There's things that the DOT doesn't pay for. It's rare that the grant itself, so that would meet exactly what our needs are for a roadway of that nature. So we generally add some of our own capital money in, but it is usually the lion's share for the project.
Okay. What is the amount that we're seeking to be awarded in this grant? Is there an amount?
The DOTs, there is an amount, and I don't have it right here with me here tonight. I don't know if Mr. Lepore is on. He may be able to, if he's on, he probably could tell us what the total roadway is, but we won't know what the grant is until they do the award. They generally is $600,000 to $700,000.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Gross, Mr. Lepore is not on the call.
Okay.
He's here?
No, he is not.
Oh, he's not, okay. Okay, thank you. And then next, Everybody good? I can move on to the next two resolutions. I'm going to move on to 131 and 132. Chief, are you still on the call?
Yes.
He is. His camera was just off. I can ask him to turn that on for you.
Yes, so we're going to memorialize some of our, what we already initiate. And Chief, I'm going to let you speak to this in regards to the work you have been doing with the community in regards to our resolutions and ordinance this evening. I'm just quickly on the legislative history on the body cams. The purpose of the ordinance to memorialize the Township of West Orange already existing policies and procedures regarding less lethal devices and body-worn cameras. Currently, the township does not utilize any and all less lethal devices due to the risks associated therewithin. Additionally, the township's police department currently has a policy regarding body-worn cameras. The ordinance is being adopted to codify these already existing policies and memorialize them as applicable laws within the township. Again, it's very self-explanatory, but I just wanted you to dig into this for us a little bit with, because I know we have listeners on this evening.
Well, I think from the perspective of the council, it's very symbolic in that it's the council embracing these bans. We, the police department, already do it, but it's the governing body saying, you know, we're going to make sure and be specific of what is required of a police department, our police department, and what is prohibited by our police department. I've said it a number of times. I've never even seen a rubber bullet in my life, you know, never mind as a police officer. So we've never used them. We've never had tear gas available in the 40 years that I've been with the West Orange Police Department. But I think, again, it's important that the community, especially the marginalized groups within the community, hear from the council that this is the way they want it, not from the police chief, from the governing body.
And thank you, Chief, for your work working with different community member groups. And it is important. I know when we were hearing the petition, I immediately called you and you know, just said, you know, we don't do any of this. And although we take that for granted, that we know we don't do it, I think it's important to make our community feel comfortable and have awareness of what we do here in West Orange. So with that, do any of my colleagues have any comments on this resolution?
Yes, I do.
You have Councilman Krakowiak.
Okay, Councilman Krakowiak.
Thank you. Chief, if these questions sound familiar to you, it's because I've either have lost your responses or haven't gotten them yet. So I apologize in advance, and I'll try to make it quick. On Resolution 131, the first of the 8 items is a ban on chokehold and strangleholds. And I just wanted to ask, because I may just be missing the lingo, but I wanted to ask about compression of a suspect when they're face down and have a policeman's knee, you know, on their diaphragm, their lungs, their neck, sort of like what happened in that horrible case with Mr. Floyd. But is the ban on chokeholds and strangleholds, does that also mean that we would not do that sort of knee compression like we saw?
So we train, that's called positional asphyxia. So we train that when a individual is placed under arrest and handcuffed, we immediately roll them to their side and sit them up, because you can suffocate just solely by having yourself handcuffed and lying on your stomach, even without the compression of added weight from the arresting officer. You know, that exacerbates it and can cause it to happen quicker for certain, but it's so important that as soon as the handcuffs are on somebody, they're rolled to their side and they're sat up. And if they require medical attention, that's given. We've had that in place and trained in some of our policies for a period of time, as well as with a duty to intervene in any, you know, case of excessive force.
Oh, okay, that's great. Thank you. I just don't know whether we should, you know, run to a potential floor amendment to add positional asphyxia if any of my colleagues think that it's important to include in this.
That was in my response that you said you may have seen, you don't recall, and that's fine. But that was the wording I suggested. If you're going to use, and I don't know exactly how to craft it right at this second, but that's the term you want to use, that every effort to prevent positional asphyxia be exercised.
Yeah, we could just add it right there. We could just say, ban chokeholds, comma, positional asphyxia, ampersand strangleholds. If my colleagues thought that was important to include.
Well, the only issue I would take with that is positional asphyxia is the effect. Everything else is the cause. The chokehold, everything else is a cause. So you would have to, to say to avoid the added compression to prevent positional asphyxia.
So I'll throw that out to my colleagues. I didn't have any other questions on Resolution 131.
Council President, I wanted to follow up on Councilman Kukoviac's
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
suggestion. And Chief Abbott, I did see your response a moment ago with respect to the positional asphyxia. I do support adding that language in there to avoid the added positional asphyxia. I don't know if Mr. Ken Kaiser can just look at that resolution very briefly. Two questions for you, Chief. I had, you just mentioned the training of excessive force. Can you go into what that training entails for excessive force?
I'm not sure I understand your question. We train our people not to use excessive force, and we definitely don't use a use of force continuum, which was something that was very popular about 10 years ago, but it doesn't really allow for constitutional decision making. It kind of automatically elevates the use of force to the next level. So with the lost count, probably hundreds of emails that I received during the last several weeks, there were a number of people who wanted to know if we used the use of force continuum, but if not, why not, kind of thing. So that's something that is a catchphrase that's around that people are starting to use again, but there's a whole host of reasons why you don't want to use the use of force continuum. So our training is such that you use the least amount of force necessary to bring someone into compliance.
Thank you, Chief. And who would I request the lesson plans for, if you will? I don't even know if that's what you call them, but the lesson plans that outline the training itself.
Captain Richie McDonald, I can expedite that for you.
Can you have that sent to all of us, Chief?
That would be great. Thank you. So just if you can, just the lesson plans that outline that training and how often that training is done. And then my last question to you, I know that there is the ordinance with respect to the body worn cameras and the dash cam is symbolic. Can I ask why this resolution is not an ordinance? What was the reasoning behind that as well? This one is a resolution.
I'd have to defer to legal why something was in form of a resolution.
I think they're in conjunction with each other.
I don't know the answer to that.
Is Ken Kaiser still on?
Mr. Kaiser?
Yeah, I had to mute. Unfortunately, I don't have a copy of the resolution in front of me, and it's hard for me to, because I'm on the Zoom and it takes up the internet. I don't think I can go to the town website easily. You can certainly add language if you want to via a motion to Resolution 131. I do have a copy of the ordinance. But I can't compare them because I don't have the resolution here.
I was just curious as to why one would be an ordinance and the other.
Just in general, a resolution is a declaration of the council's intent, the governing body's intent. An ordinance actually is law. I mean, it's enforceable.
Yes, and that was my question, because the legislative history for the ordinance that we just discussed is being adopted to codify what's already an existing policy and memorialize them as applicable laws within the township. So I wondered why Resolution 131 was a resolution and not an ordinance.
Yeah, honestly, I can't tell you, because I don't have it in front of me, I can't tell you what the intent of the resolution was as opposed to the ordinance. In some respects, I suppose they seem duplicative. I just don't.
We could have Mr. Trank email us tomorrow on that.
While I support Council Kukoviac's recommendation to add the language of positional asphyxiation, I would rather table this resolution to find out why it's not an ordinance and can we make it an ordinance. I'm completely supportive of banning the chokeholds and strangleholds. However, just like an answer as to why.
So
can we reach Mr. Trank?
We could always amend the resolution and introduce an ordinance at the next meeting. So even though you pass this tonight, you could also amend and let Mr., because that was my recommendation. I'd like for, I not that I'm not going to dispute what the councilman wanted to interject, but I also want to hear back from Mr. Trank too.
So Councilman, are you making a motion to add the language?
I mean, I'm looking at the ordinance and I'm not, I apologize for talking over anybody. I don't, but looking at the ordinance, I'm not seeing anything relating to chokeholds and things. The ordinance deals with devices and body cameras, things like that. It's prohibiting, certain devices and so forth, and mandating the use of body-worn cameras and dash cams, which is, it doesn't address some of the. So I'm not sure that these are really the same. I wish I had a copy of the resolution in front of me, but.
Thank you, Mr. Kaiser. I realize that they're not the same. I just would like this particular resolution to have the force of effect of law and ordinance. So I bring that to my council colleagues for their consideration. If the request is that Councilman Kukoviac is going to put forth a motion to add the language, I would be supportive of that, but I would also like to have a consensus that we revisit this resolution as an ordinance.
Do you want to table 131?
I would like to table it so that we could discuss the ordinance.
Okay, so make a motion. I don't have an issue with that.
It's actually a motion to postpone to a specific time, which I guess would be the next meeting, which will be when the ordinance comes up on second reading.
And then do we need a separate motion for the amendment from Councilman Kukoviac?
Yes.
Okay, so let's do Councilwoman's, does it matter what order we go in?
No.
Okay, so let's do Councilman Kukoviac's motion first to amend the ordinance. And Councilman, if you could send.
It's to amend the resolution, correct?
I'm sorry, the resolution. I'm getting tired. Resolution 131.
Correct.
Chief Abbott, you said you had suggested some language if we were going to modify the resolution, but again, I don't have that. At least I didn't have it 5 minutes ago. Can you pull that up and just the wording for that subsection 1 or subsection I?
I can try to locate it in my emails, but I'm probably gonna lose you if I do. I believe, to my recollection, I left it more vague for the legal department to craft a language suggesting that if your questions were taken into consideration for addition to the resolution or ordinance, that it contain the language positional asphyxia. But as I indicated, that's a cause and effect thing. So what we want to preclude is the cause. That's the aftermath position.
Right.
If
would language be similar behavior that would lead to positional asphyxia?
Yeah, something. I think something.
We can.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
Can I make a suggestion? Since you're not going to vote on it until the next meeting anyway.
Yeah, let's work this out outside the meeting.
Just postpone it And then during that month, ask legal and the chief to address the issue. And if they come back and say, okay, we're going to do an ordinance, then this resolution is pointless anyway.
Yeah, you don't
So-
need to amend it.
So Council President, I make a motion to table this resolution for further discussion and consideration of an ordinance.
So moved. Second.
Okay. Councilman Guarino,
Yes.
Councilman Kukoviac,
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown,
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney,
Yes.
Council President Castellino.
Yes.
Council President. I
Yes,
just
Councilwoman.
wanted For clarification, so we didn't even go around to discuss this. My question was similar. Why is it resolution, not an ordinance? And if we're going to make an amendment to the ordinance, do we want to include?
To the resolution.
No, to the ordinance. Do we not want, why would we not want to include all 8 of the provisions on the 8 can't wait?
These are all good questions for Mr. Trank, being that they researched this and we need to get.
Right, because there are other issues on the 8 can't wait about requiring de-escalation, shooting at motor vehicles, comprehensive reporting. There are other things listed. So if we're going to have an ordinance, it's really a question for the chief. Why would we not include all of those other provisions?
So Chief, after hearing the council tonight, can you please touch base with Mr. Trank tomorrow and get back to us?
As to the ordinance versus resolution you're requesting.
Yes.
I'm saying everything that's in the resolution, why are we not making it an ordinance?
I certainly will address that with Mr. Trank. I also, like I said earlier, I can't answer that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure Mr. Trank will get to us. If you could explain to him, and then he'll get to us, and I'm going to give Mr. Trank a call tomorrow as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so let's move down to, anybody have any questions on item 133? That's just an extension due to COVID.
Could I ask a question about 132? Please?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
Okay. No, I was just waiting to get to 132. But Chief Abbott, I'm just, again, just for clarification, this resolution is urging the state to allow a civil service rules town like West Orange to hire people who went through the alternate route program. And just a couple of questions. All of this, the only thing this resolution does is express the opinion of the council to the state to allow this. It's not allowed now, correct?
That's correct. There is no means for a civil service jurisdiction such as West Orange to even leave civil service. So we're bound by the list that is promulgated by the state for those who take the police entrance exam. So when our numbers in our ranks don't necessarily reflect our community, it's something that is kind of out of our control. And interestingly, when Dr. Jones was speaking, he made me really think about, kind of challenged us to not just accept things that's out of our control and just say, well, that's the way it is. So, I'm thinking that I don't know how much fight this resolution will have with the governor, but it's our way of asking to the state to say, allow us to also utilize the alternate route program. The reason we want to use it, and we're willing to, or at least from my viewpoint, it may not be up to me, but I'm certainly willing to only hire minority candidates off of the alternate route program. Even if it's, one off the regular civil service list and one alternate route. I think, we need to open the dialogue and have the discussion. Not fixated on any exact way to do this yet, but I think it's a way that we can definitely increase our minority ranks.
And it would definitely just expand the pool overall, correct?
It would expand the pool. I also think that the police academies need to expand the alternate route numbers through the Police Training Commission. And if this came to be, that would definitely be part of the equation. That would happen. So you'd have the ability to go to a graduating class, say at Essex County Police Academy, and hand select a number of, like right now we have, we just did this with the budget, 10 or 11 vacancies. I think it's gonna be 11 in August. It's 10 right now. So we have 10 vacancies. We have to hire 10. I mean, we could maybe hire, 5 African-American, 2 female off of the alternate route program. Or maybe we have to hire, 1 off the civil service list, 1 from the alternate program. But we could definitely get our numbers up to better reflect our demographics within West Orange. There's no question about it. So all we need is the magic paintbrush of the state to say, yes, you can do this.
Okay. And the alternate route program, basically, they pay for their training. So when you hire them, you don't generally incur the same sort of training costs you get through civil service where you have to send them to academy, correct?
That's correct. The candidates pay their own way, and they have to pay for everything. So the municipality, like West Orange, we're paying everything, including their salary while they're in the police academy. We're paying their salary. If they go halfway through and decide this job's not for them and quit, or usually if they're medically withdrawn, we give them a second opportunity to attend the academy. If they wash out the second time, then they're done. But there's a big cost savings thing, but that's not what my motivation is at this point. My motivation is to better reflect their own demographics. So
And is it, excuse me, Chief, is it the training that we require that they take?
This is the police academy, the General Police Academy, and it's required by the state under the Police Training Commission Act.
Okay.
It's the
It's
base.
not like there'll be a different training. It's exact training as the other.
Oh, they're right in the class. They're right. It's not a separate class. It's, just for argument's sake, let's say there's, 20 people in a police academy class. 5 of them might be alternate route candidates that paid their own way through. They'll all get jobs when they're done. They're some of the most sought after candidates, usually very good candidates. They've tested well to get in. And, I think this opens up a lot of other avenues to explore, like maybe some type of scholarships. There also may be people that don't have the financial means to attend the academy on their own. So maybe there's some kind of a scholarship to do that. This is a resolution. This is the first step. We do this. We make our thoughts known. We continue to try to push it forward, and then all those other things can kind of come to fruition in the aftermath.
Okay, great. Anybody else have questions on this resolution?
Sounds like a good start.
Okay.
Council President, just since the chief is here and I see that there are several attendees still on, if he can just, we did discuss this during the budget hearing, but if he can just discuss the number of expected retirees. I think that you said we have 11 positions open currently. 10.
We have 10 right now. I'm not certain, but I believe one of the sergeants is retiring in August. I mean, that date could change. He could decide he's not leaving, but I believe right now that particular sergeant intends to retire in August.
Okay, and the list, the civil service list, is that already expired?
The brand new list just came out.
Oh, it just came out. Okay. And then my last question, I know I asked this during the budget hearing. Can you just briefly share with the public information with respect to lateral transfers from one department to the other, why it's kind of like a double-edged sword? I think you explained during the budget hearing. Can you just go into that for a sec?
Yes, it is. When it first came out, it would seem to work out pretty well. There were people that were, leaving. A lot of them were leaving the cities. Maybe they had 10, 15 years and they figured they didn't want to do the remainder of their time in that type of environment. We got some very good candidates, but it seems like nobody's letting anybody go now, and it's more that you tend to lose them to the more affluent communities like up in Bergen County when this happens. So we haven't really participated in a while. You used to have to actually sign in onto the program and be a part of it for a specified period of time. Now you can just go in and out whenever you want. So if we decided we wanted to take an alternate route candidate, say from Newark, as long as Newark was willing to let them go, we could hire them.
Okay.
It's only civil service municipality to civil service municipality. I should have prefaced it with that. So we can't go to a town that's not civil service and take one of theirs, nor can we let one of our employees go.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Anyone else have any questions on this? Okay. We're going to move to 134, our firehouses. So we have a professional service contract. Mr. Gross, if you could just explain. I know we've been working on the roofs with our fire stations. And if you could just, I know we don't have Mr. Lepore here, but if you could just let us talk about where we're at with the process on Station 1, Station 3, 4, and 5. This is for authorizing the architect and engineering service for these stations.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. This is for the plans and specs for the rest of the roofs that need to be replaced or redone, as well as in the beginning of interior work in the firehouses. We anticipate that the money that this will take up the money from last year and perhaps money that will get allocated this year as well. So by the time the plans and specs come back, we should be in a position to award contracts.
And just so if you're on the call for Saturday's meeting, when we had our fire chief speak to this in regards to capital improvements, this has been a couple years ago. We saw a need for our firehouses, much need improvements, and we needed to start from the top with the roofs and some infrastructure improvements. And so we've been, a facility study was done with the firehouses, and these were the recommendations that came out of that study. So we're just following the need study. So it's exciting to see that we're going to get this moving, and hopefully we'll see some much needed work done before the winter. So with that, if my colleagues have any questions on this, on 134? Okay, we move to 135. Again, now generators. We have a contract for installation of emergency electrical generators at Fire Station 2, and alternate bid for number 1 fire station for D&M Electrical. So again, moving on these projects from our needs assessment for the firehouses. Any of my colleagues have any questions there? And we have a discharge of mortgage, item number 136. And that's self-explanatory. And resolution to introduce the budget, Mr. Gross.
Yeah, just one thing on that. We need to set a date for the hearing. When we looked at the calendar, putting together the resolution, realized that there's not sufficient time between this meeting and the July meeting. So we either will then have to adopt at the August 11th meeting or have a special meeting later in July. It's really, August is late, but so is the end of July. So I really don't have a problem if you decide you want to push it off to August. That's fine. But if you want to have a special meeting, we can do that too. I said, there's no urgent reason to do a special meeting from my perspective.
Okay. Because, we have a few things that we want to, we want to definitely have time to go over the capital projects with Mr. Lepore and any department heads that have something in there. And I like to dig a little deeper with these salary inequities to see if they are inequitable and to see what we could have a conversation on that. So with those two items in mind.
Well, that's for sure, because if we were going to do it, July 14th, the capital budget won't be ready by then. It may be ready by the, for the August,
August, so we should wait till, what date in August do you have scheduled right now?
August 11th.
August, is anybody on away that week?
I am.
Who is?
Karen.
Oh, Karen.
Yeah.
You're gonna put Fatima on Zoom?
Yeah.
You have to break her in sometime.
There you go.
Okay.
Don't do that to her, please.
Oh, hey, we may be at another location. I'm hoping we could eventually move, if not to council chambers, because it's tight, to even maybe the high school eventually. So who knows? Maybe things will be looking up by then, where we could be spread out, social distance in a larger venue.
Oh, I will be here that week. It's the next week I'm going away.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay.
Okay.
I think I want to also include in those two points that you made with respect to the budget, considering the open positions that are available with the police department and our efforts to diversify the police department, seeing what our budget is within the police department, the training. I think looking, I guess I would ask Mr. Gross, do we have it in the budget as it is presently constituted to hire that number of police officers?
It's already budgeted, isn't it?
The positions are budgeted.
Yeah, they're there.
However, that's, as we discussed, part of our ability to move forward with this budget is based on the fact that there were vacancies, and that that filling those vacancies, that it gave, being able to push that off a bit gives us some flexibility to save some money. So in case we have revenue shortages, to help offset that. So it's a question of timing. And frankly, it's also going to run into as we're already working on next year's budget. And so when we start looking at that, it may impact, it may be something you impact there as well. So the bottom line is, it is budgeted, but it may not be as simple as that.
And to that, I just want to reference and give some space to reflect for my council colleagues, that as we're looking at this budget, from my perspective, today more than ever, we should look at it as a moral document and not sacrifice the things that are a priority for our township. And diversifying our police department is just that. So I'm happy to hear that we don't have to rush into this. And I would like further discussion on how we move forward, focusing on ensuring that we are staying true to our commitment to our residents in diversifying our police department and properly training our police department. So I want us to move into this, or continue to go into this, with the perspective that this budget is a moral document, and some of the things that we need to sacrifice cannot be sacrificed.
So Mr. Gross, I think August would be reasonable to look at. So we have time to do all our due diligence that we want to do, and have the appropriate conversations, and have Mr. Lepore in here to give a thoughtful presentation. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So with that, does anyone want any of these resolutions pulled? I know we discussed each and every one of them. Is anybody pulling any? Okay. Thank you, everyone, for entertaining my process tonight, but I think they were very important resolutions that needed our attention. So with that, Madam Clerk, if you'd like to.
Sure. Is there a
move
motion
consent
to
agenda.
approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is implemented.
Okay. Now we are on ordinance on second and final reading. Lauren, I forgot to tell you, we're going to get the clock out for this one. So on second reading, we have last reading was last meeting. So Madam Clerk, go ahead for 2604-29. If you'd like
Bond
to.
ordinance providing for the local units allocable share of the flood mitigation facilities project of the joint meeting of Essex and Union counties by and in the Township of West Orange, County of Essex, State of New Jersey, appropriating $3,170,000, therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $3,170,000 bonds or notes to finance the cost thereof. Is there a motion to introduce on second and final reading?
So
So moved. Second.
Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Councilman Kukoviac?
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney?
Yes.
Council President Castellino?
Yes. Okay, at this point in time, if any member of the public would like to raise your hand to see if you have a question or a comment on this ordinance, you may have 5 minutes to do so. Just raise your hand for the moderator.
And just a reminder again for any of our phone-in members, it is *9, not #9, it's *9. We have none.
Okay, great. Do my colleagues have any comments? I know Councilman Guarino, you discussed this last time and at the beginning of the meeting. Any other further comments? You're good?
It's just, it's a great investment, Council President. It's going to save us, the whole organization, billions of dollars if Superstorm ever hits again at the level it did and wash out the plant and put it under usage. So it's a worthwhile investment. It's a long-term investment.
And thank you for sitting on this board as our liaison. I know this is a time-consuming endeavor, and we appreciate your commitment to this project.
Thank you, Council President. It's a pleasure. And I also serve as the treasurer of the unit. So
thank you. Any other of my colleagues have any comments on this? You're good? Okay, Madam Clerk.
Is there a motion to approve 260420?
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Councilman Kukoviac?
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney?
Yes.
Council President Castellino?
Yes.
Okay. 2605-20, an ordinance releasing, extinguishing, and vacating the rights of a 25-foot wide utility easement located in Colonial Woods North Major Subdivision shown on filed map number 4518, filed in the Essex County Register's Office on July 30th, 2007, running along the rear lots of 12.23, 24, 25, 26, and 27 in block 173 in the Township of West Orange. Is there a motion to introduce on second and final reading?
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Councilman Kukoviac?
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney?
Yes.
Council President Castellino?
Yes. And is there any member from the public who would like to come up and ask a question or speak in regards to this ordinance? This property is the new development at the end of Colonial Woods Drive, the Mount Pleasant neighborhood.
I like how you're so used to saying come up to speak.
I know, right?
Nobody's raising their hand.
Okay, thank you, Lauren. Okay, do my colleagues have any comments or questions? Just raise your hand. Okay, with that, Madam Clerk.
Is there a motion to approve 260520?
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Councilman Kukoviac?
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney?
Yes.
Council President Castellino?
Yes.
Okay, ordinances on first reading, 2606-20, an ordinance amending Chapter 4 to include Sections 38 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, prohibition of less legal devices and requirement of body-worn cameras and dash cams. Is there a motion to introduce on first reading?
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney?
Yes, but is this the same as the ordinance that we're postponing?
No. I don't think so.
No.
It is not. We're postponing a resolution. We tabled the resolution.
Right. And you want to do an ordinance.
We wanted to, right, I thought we.
You want to create a new ordinance.
Yeah, that would be an additional ordinance. So it'd
Right.
be 3 ordinances and 1 resolution as opposed to 2 resolutions and 2 ordinances on this matter.
Okay, why is it not all one? Why is it not this? Prohibition of less lethal devices and requirement of body cams?
That has
Yes,
more to do with equipment.
Yeah, this is why, Mr. Kaiser, do you want to jump in here?
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know why Rich chose to do it this way, frankly, but there is a difference. I mean, the resolution dealt with conduct. This deals with devices. The ordinance deals with devices. And frankly, you can pass the ordinance and supplement it with another ordinance that deals with the conduct. So there's no reason to postpone this that I can see. And there's no reason to make it into one ordinance.
Okay, you go, Councilwoman?
Well, yes.
Councilwoman, so you're voting yes?
Yes.
Council President Castellino?
Yes.
Okay. Ordinance.
Madam Clerk.
Go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well,
go ahead.
sometimes we have discussion on these.
Right.
But we've had, we coupled the discussion with the resolution. So I just want to make sure that none of my colleagues have a question. Everybody's good? Okay.
Okay.
2607.
Right, 2607-20, an ordinance repealing Chapter 4, Section 12.2 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange. Is there a motion to introduce on first reading?
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney?
Yes.
Council President Castellino?
Yes. Okay. So again, if my colleagues have any additional comments. Okay. All right, Chief, we appreciate all your efforts and your time on these very pertinent matters. And again, we look forward to responses from yourself and Mr. Trank this week.
Yes, I already sent the emails. You'll see them. You're copied. So just get the answers from Mr. Trank, and I also sent the emails to my staff to get the training policies with council as well.
Great, thank you.
All right.
Okay, Madam Clerk, next.
2608-20, calendar year 2020 ordinance to exceed the municipal budget appropriation limits and to establish a cap bank. Is there a motion to introduce on first reading?
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney?
Yes.
Council President Castellino?
Yes. Okay, Mr. Gross, so we'll take care of this next meeting and then we'll have the budget hearing in August.
Right. Okay. Pending matters, new matters, council discussion?
So if anyone has anything for this, I'm going to circle back and then just go. Does anybody have anything tonight?
Nope.
Everybody's good? Okay, then.
Mr. President, I did want to have a council discussion on new items.
Okay, so then let's just circle back, Councilwoman, if you don't mind. I just want to, our brains are still working, just quickly go to the ABC hearing.
Okay.
And then we could come back in, so.
Okay. Ken, do we need to do a motion to adjourn as
Yes.
council? Okay.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to make a motion to move to ABC hearing.
Second,
Okay. Councilman Guarino,
yes.
Councilman Kukoviac,
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown,
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney,
Yes.
Council President Castellino.
Yes. Councilwoman Matute Brown, you have some things for the administration tonight? Go ahead.
Well, mostly for my council colleagues' discussion. First question, maybe for administration, yes. Do we have a nepotism policy? Is there anything that speaks to nepotism by ordinance or resolution? I tried to look in our codes, but was not successful. Do we know?
Sorry, I missed the question.
Do we have an ordinance or resolution that speaks to, or a policy that speaks to nepotism?
Yes, I think there is something.
Okay, could you send that to me or to council, please?
I'll do the look. I think there's something in the handbook, but I'll double check.
Okay, so that would be handbook. Employee.
Well, I think the handbook is adopted. I believe the handbook was adopted by ordinance. So
Yeah, I believe that's true. I don't recall a nepotism provision. That doesn't mean there isn't one. There may be. I believe that historically, and I just if it has been made a policy, I'm not sure when it happened, but I can recall a time, I don't remember how many years ago, when there was a council person and somebody else in their family who worked for the town. I don't know if that was outside the policy or if the policy didn't exist at that time. So I'm not sure of the answer to your question, but we do, I think we did at some point, and I think we, as a matter of course, when there are changes made, we do adopt the policy manual.
yeah, we're actually in the process of doing a complete review. So if you want to go on, I'll do a quick look and see if I find it.
Okay.
Councilwoman, could I jump in on that real quick? Now, that should come out of something of that nature. I mean, I know you have a retirement coming up after Saturday's conversations that I believe handles a lot of our HR. So is that part of you doing this review? Or are you prepared, like,
I don't understand.
to HR procedures?
I know them quite well.
No, I know you know them, but we don't have, as far as the traditional, when somebody says they're going to HR to ask for an item such as Councilwoman just asked for, who would that be?
Well, they go to Jack's office, they come to my office.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Oh, so if you can just forward that to council so that we can review. If we find that there isn't a nepotism policy, I'm going to be asking council colleagues support in making sure that we implement one as a way to move forward in fair and equitable.
Sure.
So that was something that I wanted to look into. The other conversation I want to have with council colleague, this will be in reference to something I emailed each one of you and asked for your position and your statement on. And I'll summarize to make sure that I do not compromise any matters of privacy for any residents. However, I would be remiss if I did not share with council just how disappointed I was in not receiving responses or the responses that I received. And this goes specifically to a response that our chief of police gave a resident who had filed a complaint and was concerned about safety, longstanding safety in the community in which that individual lives. The response I felt that the chief gave in saying that there are Hispanics, Latinos, and Latinx that live in this community, and because they are first-generation migrants in this community, have had very dysfunctional experiences with police in their countries of origin. That's just one of the things that's troubling to me on this email. And I bring this to your attention because we're all embarking on this journey of holding one another accountable. That to me speaks of a lot of stereotypes. Not everyone who lives in a Hispanic, Latino community is a migrant. And that notwithstanding, the fact that this resident raised the concern that there have been long-standing security and safety concerns, and the response from the chief was a dialogue about how the nation and so many people are calling for police reform, unlike this resident who wanted the traditional policing. The concern was that there was no immediate address as to what was going to take place outside of pointing to a local organization, Essex Rising to be specific, to do foot patrol. Now, I, speaking as an elected official, was really horrified by the fact that the response was that admittedly our police department is not trained to handle cases of mental health, which I agree. Cases of, there was a list of things that the chief of police responded to in that. But instead of the response being, we need to make sure that we seek out the additional support for our police officers, additional training for our police officers, the response was, because we are calling for police reform, and it's a nationwide call, that perhaps civilians can do this. That's concerning to me. Putting civilians in more challenged areas, I would not feel safe with that. I thought that this was, I'm not going to say racist, but certainly prejudice, to say that we are not going to go into that community because the Latinos have had bad experiences with police in the past. I was disappointed when I sent a response to each one of you. I forwarded it and asked you individually to state your comments and your perspective. And while Councilman Kukoviak said he really didn't understand, he did find some things that were troubling. A, that we were forwarded the resident's complaint information, the violation of that privacy was compromised. I think that that is outrageous. The fact that, again, Hispanics, Latinos, any ethnicity are not a monolithic people. And despite what their migrant status is, everyone in our community deserves the security and protection and quality of life that our community offers everyone else. That to me was outrageous. And then what was also outrageous was the fact that one of my council colleagues, Councilwoman McCartney, said that she felt I overreacted. I think that this is, and whether the police chief was thinking out loud or not, those are policy decisions and discussions that have to be had before we share them with anyone, particularly when we're calling on civilians to break up fights. They spoke about public intoxication. Who is prepared for that? Not our civilian residents. So I want to start this discussion where, how are we moving forward when we can't look at something that is blatantly unacceptable and address it?
Okay.
How do we address something like this?
So Councilwoman, I'm going to jump in. First, I'm going to apologize because where I did see a snippet of the email, and you know how our emails roll up. Last week, preparing for the budget hearing and being on the road with work every day, I was not in front of a computer and trying to get the budget hearing together. I did not read the thread, so I apologize because you know I'm always responsive to you and I always make a comment. And seeing it briefly, I didn't get a chance to dig deep into it and to talk to the chief or to you, and I apologize for that. Not an excuse, but just because of the time. I did not see your individual comment because just for the public listening, you know, we're not supposed to get into conversations on email, but I could have, and I would have called you up. You know, we talk all the time. So if I would have read it all the way. Unfortunately, I didn't go back to it because, as you know, Saturday we had a budget hearing from 9 to 6. Father's Day was Sunday, and then inundated with emails that I haven't even answered the community yet about Miss Adams. We got multiple emails. So just from my email blowing up, I have not gone back to it, and I apologize, and I will reread it. But from listening to you and seeing how upset you are, and seeing how passionate you are, this is part of us going for, all of us with the administration going for bias training. This is what happens when we go too long with these Zoom meetings. I can't talk. But this is part of the training and understanding, comments that I know in the chief's heart he doesn't mean, I'm sure. And I didn't get a chance to talk to him about it. But again, this is where training, having that kind of training is beneficial for our community. So again, I'm all one for us going to the training with administration, and hopefully something like that in a workshop with a scenario will be most helpful. In regards to the resident, the snippet I did see in the beginning of it was I saw where and the establishment, and I guess I kind of stopped because I knew in the back of my head I wanted to get back to it because we had issues there, and I just didn't get a chance to get back to it. So I'm sorry about that, and for you to come forward here tonight, I know you're upset, so we'll address it. But I apologize for not talking to you about it because the past few days just blew up for us.
I appreciate that, Council President. And this email actually it reminded me of an email that the chief sent council when the day after we had the discussion on the Ring Memorandum of Agreement, which I also asked council colleagues for a discussion. That email included an attachment from the chief of police that I'm going to say gutted me. It took me 3 days to read this because the title reads, "Researchers find no racial disparity in police deadly force," and that's just the beginning. And this is from forensicscience.org. I immediately went back to this and thought, we have a bigger problem perhaps than what we are really understanding. And I hear every one of you say that, yes, we have to do this work and we are going to get engaged in this work. But if we're not having conversations, if you did not read that article, I'm going to ask each one of you to read that article, because the things that it says in there, and I will share it, it's horrendous. And the reason it was shared was with this in mind. I'm always willing to meet any of the residents. And he went on to say that
Wait, Councilwoman, before you share, I need to defer, because again, with Mr. Kaiser, does this touch anything on personnel?
No.
Matter? Okay, just jump in.
I don't think it does, but here's my concern. And I don't remember how, but recently I was copied on a thread or chain of emails, and I did respond, and I in fact, and I believe it involved the chief and it involved Councilwoman Matute Brown. And Cindy, you'll know if I think you know what I'm talking about. But I get very concerned when everybody in government is throwing emails around. We're supposed to govern in public. And I think it's important for council members, when they're going to be discussing something, that everybody be on the same page, so that we do need to exchange articles or documents so that everybody can know the background of something. But you're not supposed to be outside of a public meeting, engaging in dialogue with more than a majority, back and forth by email. I mean, it just doesn't, that's not proper under New Jersey government, because of the Open Public Meetings Act. So some of these issues are really important and important to discuss. and there ought to be a way that everybody can be on the same page. But it really troubles me that when people start throwing emails all over the place, and frankly, my recollection is that one of these emails was copied to the council and really shouldn't have been, because you folks involved a local ABC establishment, and you folks sit on violations of ABC laws. And so, you shouldn't be outside of an ABC meeting talking about those things, and you shouldn't be learning about some of those things until you actually hear testimony under oath.
Yeah, because then we'd have to abstain ourselves, and then
Right.
you're not able to help a resident if you have to abstain from a decision.
Right. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that, and in the response that I gave, I offered to help to the extent that I could. I'm someone who likes the idea of public forums and having citizens and including governing body members and so forth, meet in public and discuss topics. But you got to set that up. It can't just happen in a bunch of emails.
I do agree, and thank you, Mr. Kaiser, for that. And just for the public's benefit, I did forward the email individually to each council member so that we would not engage in dialogue that way. But I did it more so to bring it to each one's attention so that we understand that we have to have a discussion. Now, while I know that this discussion does not and cannot and should not happen here, however, because we cannot all discuss matters without being in a public session, I am hopeful that moving forward, we set up a public discussion again, perhaps another town hall, to discuss these issues that are extremely concerning.
And Councilwoman, can I also make a recommendation? If somebody doesn't answer you, or any one of us, because we all get crazy, just text us individually and say, I sent you an email. Because sometimes, you too, we miss it. So you could do that as well.
Okay.
Would anyone else like to share?
Councilman Krakowiak has his hand raised.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Yeah, I'm just concerned that Councilwoman Matute Brown's brief mention of my response might not give the full dimensions of what I said. So I'd just like to read my email that I sent to her. Cindy, I'm not sure I understand all that has gone on here, but I see multiple issues and concerns that would almost certainly benefit from further information / clarification and council consideration. I believe this is not the appropriate way for the council to have learned about an initiative the administration is planning to implement in response to issues raised in the current environment. I find a lot of what's contained in these emails to be quite disturbing. However, given Chief Abbott's last email, it does not appear that we face a burning fire that requires instant extinguishing. So it looks like that we have time to deliberate on a council timetable, but as quickly as possible. That's what I said.
Okay. And I'll go back, Councilwoman, and read through the thread and answer you tomorrow and call the chief. Okay.
So, Council President, I'm going to, since Cindy singled me out, I did respond. There was quite a bit in that email, and I did speak to the chief. And I think what we were seeing, and the chief has all along been sharing information with us, which I do appreciate. And I think what we were seeing was different portions and not the total stream, because the resident was also on that email, and the chief has been in direct communication with that resident. So I already knew that he had resolved a lot of the issues that were raised. So maybe that's where I was coming from, having had already spoken to the chief.
And just to follow up on that, I too have been in contact with the resident, and that resident was horrified, embarrassed that her privacy had been compromised.
Okay. Okay, Councilwoman, we'll continue the discussion.
Council President.
Forward to it.
Council President.
Go ahead, Mr.
Just a quick note. I did check, and Ken is right. Our policies and procedures don't deal with nepotism directly. The passage I was looking at was a conflict of interest, provision having to do anything with relatives, but it didn't prohibit any type of employment. So
yeah, if you could just ask, send that off to Mr. Trank's office and get us a resolution ordinance that's out there that we could implement, that would be great.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, Councilwoman, did you have anything else to share?
I want to just thank my council colleagues and the public for indulging a very necessary start of a conversation. That's it for me, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman. And with that, I believe we are completed our agenda for tonight. Again, before we end, I want to again congratulate our high schoolers on their graduation this evening. We wish them well, and we hope great things. I also want to wish our residents a great beginning of the summer. It's unfortunate that 4th of July is canceled, or not canceled, postponed. So celebration will have to be pushed to another time, which I'm sure Mr. Keogh will have for us in the future. But excited about things opening up. And just remember to be safe and wear your mask as we start going back into these additional phases. Our next meeting is Tuesday, July 14th at 6:30 p.m. And instructions will be posted on our website the Friday before.
Sorry, I have the wrong date on there. I'm sorry about
that. That's okay. That's okay. I can't say, I never say the date because the Zoom pictures block it. So I always say the Friday before.
Yeah, thank you.
And Lauren, I got to thank you. You've been wonderful. I assume your next meeting is going to be Zoom as well. And you've been really great. I know that budget hearing is torturous to sit through, and you were wonderful. So
thank you.
We couldn't be functioning without you. So
oh, thank you. Happy to help.
I really appreciate all your tech skills. I really do. So with that, I need a motion from my colleagues to convene.
Motion to adjourn, Council President?
Second.
Second, and all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, very good. Good night, West Orange, and thank you. Stay safe and enjoy your summer.
Okay, thank you. This is to state that when I do end this meeting, it will end for everyone on and off camera, and no other business will be conducted. Thank you. Have a great night.